particular request for settlement will be forwarded to the Departmental Committee on Matters Transport, Public Works and Housing. The business of the National Assembly will at any minute from now kick off. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, is in the chamber to preside over the business this afternoon. I'll now hand over for the live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing. Good afternoon.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come at our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests are committed to our charge. Amen. And ring the quorum bell.
The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, has directed that the quorum bell be rung. And this is pursuant to Standing Orders number 35 and 34 of the House on matters quorum. The bell is set to ring for about 10 minutes, as outlined in the Standing Orders number 34 subsection 2. And this is to allow for more members of Parliament to access the chambers this afternoon to necessitate the House get the requisite numbers before the House commences business this afternoon. A couple of members of Parliament will pass on to Standing Orders number 42A subsection 5. Be asking questions for reply before specified departmental committees. And to just highlight a few of them is Honourable Member for Kuria East, Honourable Marwa Maisori, who will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Transport to provide the status of the upgrading of bitumen standards at Uhuru Bay, Migori, Kebancha, Marianta, Lemek, Ngorengore and Narok Road. And could the Cabinet Secretary also provide the update on the progress of the construction of the project? Lastly, the Honourable Member for Kuria East will be seeking to understand from the CS Transport what measures the Ministry has put in place to ensure speedy completion of the said roads. The Member for Mwatate, Honourable Andrew Mwadime, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Transport as well to consider a policy change to ensure that the Nairobi-Mombasa Express passenger train on the SGR makes regular stops at the Mutembei voice stations. And this is to enable the passengers, who normally include tourists, to disembark and visit surrounding tourist areas, and hence promote economic activities around the Mutembei and Voi, as well as the adjacent areas. Honorable Mwadime will also be asking the Cabinet Secretary to indicate whether there are indeed plans to refurbish the two stations, and this is considering the importance to the rail transport network, as well as supporting the economy of the region. Questions by Honorable Member for Mwatate will be replied by the Departmental Committee on Matters Transport and Public Works. Honorable Moses Kirima, the member for Central Imenti, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Matters Forestry what is the government's policy in the respect to planting of eucalyptus species, and these are trees commonly referred to as blue gum, along the banks and water catchment areas. And this happens to be a common practice in the eastern region of the country, particularly the South and Central Imenti constituency. What measures has the ministry taken to prohibit the planting of eucalyptus species of trees along riverbanks and catchment areas? And this is considering their penuous effects to springs as well as river streams, and which, according to the member, leads to the reduction of water volumes, resulting to, among other concerns, inter-community conflicts due to scarce resources. The member for Central Imenti will lastly be asking the Cabinet Secretary the steps the ministry is taking in place to ensure the said trees planted along the banks of Kahita and Mawara rivers in Central Imenti constituency, as well as other catchment areas across the country, are removed, and this is to avert perennial shortage of water in the said areas. Questions by Honourable Member Moses Kirima will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Matters Environment and Natural Resources. Members of Parliament continue streaming into the chamber this afternoon. As it stands, there's lack of quorum, and this is pursuant to Standing Orders number 34, subsection 2. And if the House doesn't have the requisite numbers, then it cannot proceed with its business as lined up in the order paper. The member for Mathare, Honourable Anthony Oluoch, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Transport to provide the status of the construction of the Shining Hope of Communities Shofco in Mabatini Ward Hospital, Wardridge, and this is in Mathare constituency, and explain why the contractor abandoned the site for 2 months. Honourable Anthony Oluoch will also be seeking to understand the details of the contractor, and the ministry should explain whether the contractor has the capacity to undertake the works, as well as provide details of other similar works undertaken by the said contractor, stating their location, nature, as well as contract amount and the status of completion of each project. Lastly, Honourable Oluoch is seeking the steps the ministry is taking to ensure the construction of the said bridge is completed within the site time frame. And this is with a view to ensure that residents of Mabatini and hospital wards in Mathare constituency are able to access Thika superhighway and Juja roads through the said bridge. The House has attained the quorum to enable it commence business this afternoon. And now hand you over to follow up on the live proceedings.
Business. Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
You can take your seats. Honourable members, as you may be aware, each financial year, the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters of finance is required to make a public pronouncement of budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government pursuant to Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, the National Assembly Standing Order 244C, and in line with the timelines provided under Article 221 of the Constitution. For clarity, honourable members, according to the obtaining sequence in the budget-making cycle, it is ordinarily expected that public pronouncement of budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government would be preceded by submission of the budget estimates for the national government, which must be done not later than 30th April each year. As you are aware, the estimates have not been submitted yet in order for the House to take the next steps in the budget cycle. However, honourable members, you will observe that the budget process for the financial year 2022-2023 is happening under extraordinary circumstances that are only unique to an election year. These unique circumstances not only call for flexibility but also necessitates adjustments to facilitate conclusion of the budget processes before the House stands adjourned sine die ahead of the general elections, slated for the 9th of August this year. Indeed, this is not the first time that the National Assembly is called upon to adjust certain timelines in the budget-making cycle. Those who served in the 11th Parliament may recall that during the last session of that Parliament, the National Assembly adjusted its calendar for the election year to allow certain steps in the budget cycle to be concluded before adjourning sine die. It may be recalled that at that time, the House adjusted the timelines and permitted the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Planning to make public pronouncement of the budget highlights for the financial year 2017-2018 on 30th of March 2017. This was also intended to synchronize the budget speech, as it was previously known, days for the East African Community member states. Honourable members, you are aware that the country will hold the general elections as stated on 9th of August 2022. That being the case, political parties have already scheduled their primaries from the 9th of April 2022 in line with statutory timelines gazetted by the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, hereinafter referred to as the IEBC. Further, the House is due to proceed on a long recess from Friday 15th of April to Monday 9th of May 2022, and thereafter adjourn sine die on Thursday 14th June 2022. These election-related circumstances are obviously disruptive to the budget timelines that would ordinarily have been observed in an ordinary year. It is instructive to also note that as per the calendar of the House, the date of 30th April, when the Cabinet Secretary is expected to submit the estimates to this House, falls within the recess period. In this regard, if no adjustment is made in order for the estimates to be submitted before the House goes on recess next week, the House would have breached the practice. Honourable members, given the circumstances and noting that the Division of Revenue Bill has since been passed by both houses and is due for assent, it has become necessary to adjust the sequence of the budget process for this year, particularly with respect to submission of the estimates and public pronouncement of the budget highlights and proposed revenue-raising measures for the financial year 2022-2023. In this regard, I will allow the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury to make the public pronouncement of his budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the financial year 2022-2023 this Thursday, 7th April 2022, here in the National Assembly Chamber, not later than 3:30 p.m. Thereafter, the Cabinet Secretary shall submit to the House the estimates, the Finance Bill 2022, and any other attendant regulations for consideration by the House. I hasten to clarify that the foregoing adjustment does not in any way offend the provisions of the Constitution or the Public Finance Management Law. In any case, honourable members, the practice of requiring the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury to make public pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures to the House is a creation of this House through Standing Order 244C, which was made in furtherance to Section 40 of the PFM Act 2012. With respect to the remaining steps, it shall be the responsibility of the House to consider and pass the estimates, the Appropriations Bill, and the Finance Bill well before adjourning Sine Die in June 2022. To this end, honourable members, I direct the Clerk of the National Assembly to make necessary arrangements in order to facilitate the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Planning to discharge his duties with respect to the pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the financial year 2022-2023 in accordance with Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Order 244C. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you.
Order number 3, messages.
Members, I have 2 messages, so maybe you could take your seats. You could take your seats so that Member for Fafi. Honourable members, as you are aware, Standing Order number 41, subsection 4 of the National Assembly Standing Orders requires the Speaker to report to the House any message received from the Senate. In this regard, honourable members, I wish to report to the House that on the 1st of April 2022, I received 2 messages from the Senate regarding its passage of the mediated version of the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021, and the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2022. Honourable members, if the member for Lunga Lunga and the member for Garissa Township could stop exchanging their kofias. Honourable members, the first message reads, in part, and I quote, that the Senate, by a resolution passed on 31st of March 2022, approved the mediated version of the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021, formally referred to as the County Government Grants Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021. Honourable members will also recall that the County Government's Grants Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021, was referred to the National Assembly towards the end of last session, having been passed by the Senate. The House passed the said bill on 2nd of December 2021 with further amendments and referred it back to the Senate for reconsideration. However, the Senate rejected the National Assembly's amendments. This, in effect, committed the bill to a mediation committee in terms of Article 112, Clause 2, Paragraph B of the Constitution. Consequently, honourable members, the mediation committee developed a version of the mediated version of the bill, which was passed by the Senate last week and is scheduled for passage by this House today. Indeed, it is listed as order number 8 in today's order paper. Honourable members, the second message from the Senate refers to the passage by the same House of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2022. It will be recalled that the National Assembly passed the bill on Thursday, 3rd March 2022, without amendments. The message from the Senate reads in part, and I quote, the Senate considered and passed the said bill without amendments on Thursday, 31st March 2022, close the quotes. The message that conveys the concurrence of the Senate with the National Assembly on the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2022, in terms of Article 110, Clause 4 of the Constitution. Honourable members, the bill now having concluded the bicameral passage in the House of Parliament, and given the urgency associated with it, I will present the bill to His Excellency the President for assent in accordance with the provisions of Article 110, Clause 5 of the Constitution tomorrow morning. I thank you, honourable members. Honourable members, Member for Garissa. Member for Garissa, today you are having difficulties sitting. You never have that problem. Is that you've been infected by the member for Chirangani? Honourable members, the second message is a message from His Excellency the President. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42, I wish to convey a message from His Excellency the President relating to the nomination of persons for appointment to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, hereinafter referred to as the EACC. Honourable members, the message which was received in my office yesterday, 4th of April 2022, conveys in part that pursuant to the provisions of Article 250, Clause 2, Paragraph B of the Constitution, the procedure set out in Section 7, 1 and 10 of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act, as read together with Sections 3 and 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, His Excellency the President has nominated the following persons for appointment to the office of the member of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. 1. Dr. Cecilia Mbinya Mutuku, and 2. Mr. John Ogalo. Honourable members, sections 10, subsections 2 and 3 of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act number 22 of 2011 states in subsection 2, and I quote, "The President shall, within 14 days of receipt of the names of successful applicants forwarded under subsection 1, paragraph F, select a person to fill the vacancy in the commission and forward the name of the person to the National Assembly for approval." Close the quotes. Honourable members, having received the report of the Public Service Commission on recruitment of persons for appointment as commissioners, His Excellency the President has forwarded the 2 names to fill the existing vacancies. He now seeks the approval of the nominees by this House. Honourable members, whereas the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act provides a lesser period within which the House is to consider the respective nominees, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act number 33 of 2011 requires the National Assembly to undertake the exercise within 28 days. Subsequently, honourable members, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 45, I hereby refer the message from the President, together with the curriculum vitae and other testimonials of the nominees, to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for consideration. The committee is expected to notify the nominees and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearings, and thereafter, upon conclusion of the hearings, table its report to enable the House to consider the matter within the statutory timelines. I thank you, honourable members.
Order number 4, petitions.
The tall member for Tigania West, who appears not to know whether he is in the house. Take your seat, Honorable Mutunga. You know your height is intimidating the member for Samburu County. Member for Malava. Is this the member for Ruaraka? Member for Ruaraka, I need you in the house. Honourable members, understanding under 225, subsection 2, paragraph B, requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. Further, Article 119 of the Constitution provides for the right of any person to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including petitioning the House to enact, amend, or repeal any legislation. Honourable members, in this regard, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from a Mr. Frederick Gaya of P.O. Box 10, Kendubi, calling for the gazettement of Rachuonyo North Sub-County as a handship area in order to improve education standards through infrastructure development, digitization, career progression, and provision of adequate number of teachers in the area. In his petition, honourable members, the petitioner averts that Rachuonyo North Sub-County is currently hamstrung by prevailing hardship conditions that are a direct result of dire poverty levels in the area. In his view, the government holds a substantial part of the blame for this situation on account of historical neglect of the region and through its abdication of its constitutionally mandated responsibilities of adequate sharing of national resources. Subsequently, this abdication of responsibility by government has adversely affected both teachers and learners in various and extensive ways. Further, the petitioner is convinced that the government has portrayed an element of discrimination against Rachuonyo North Sub-County by denying its teachers handship allowances and better staffing, whilst providing the same facilities to Suba North and Suba South sub-counties, despite the fact that all three sub-counties are located in Homa Bay County. The petitioner highlights the plight plaguing Rachuonyo North Sub-County as being exemplified by lack of factories, barren sandy soils, rugged and rocky terrain, poor rainfall, perennial floods, and devastating poverty that continues to affect education standards in the area. He thus seeks the intervention of this House in, among other things, securing the gazettement of Rachuonyo North Sub-County as a handship area in order to improve education standards through infrastructure development, digitization of basic education, career progression, and the provision of adequate number of teachers in the area. Having determined that the matters raised by the petitioner are well within the authority of this House, I want to direct that pursuant to standing order 227.1, this petition be committed to the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and to the petitioner in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 227, subsection 2. I thank you, honourable members. Yes, 2 minutes comments. I know. These days, comments on petitions, they afford several. Those who cannot sit for more than that a minute, an opportunity to be heard. And this is a very interesting time. It is important. So please make full use of the 2 minutes. So the first one is a member from where? Member from where is not aware that there is a petition.
I am aware, Honorable Speaker, only that you have given some comments which are interesting at this time. Honorable Speaker, the petitioner has a point Honorable Speaker, in as far as demarcation and recognition of some of the areas that we have in this country as hardship areas, Honorable Speaker. And even as we think about these hardship areas, we need to think about the smallest unit that can be designated as a hardship area. Honorable Speaker, we have counties that are known to be rich, counties that are known to be out of these hardship areas. But Honorable Speaker, within those counties, there are also some sub-counties, some wards, or even some sub-locations and locations within that same county that need to be considered for hardship areas, Honorable Speaker. And even as I contribute to this, Honorable Speaker, I have in mind my own constituency, Honorable Speaker. Despite the fact that we are rice growing #1 in Africa, we have some parts that are really dry. These are parts that are neighboring our neighbors in Mbere that are already designated as hardship areas. Yet these sub-locations, Honorable Speaker, are not categorized in the same way. We have sub-locations like Honorable Speaker, or locations like Kiandegwa. We have South Gariama in Mwea. They are all dry areas that needs to be considered in this category, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, even as I support the petitioner, I want the public service to also look at
Member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this petition by Fred Ogada on the hardship within Rachuonyo North. Honorable Speaker, I think as the committee looks into this, we've had several petitions on cassettlement of areas of hardship areas from various places. And I think the cassettlement that exists must have been done during the colonial times. And I think it is important that this committee prepares a proper report and ask members who are coming from hardship areas to be able to present their cases to that committee so that we can have consolidation of all hardship areas and this house passes. Endebess is a hardship area, Honorable Speaker, because the terrain is difficult. When it rains, even for reaching schools is a problem. And some of the teachers who are posted into Endebess, occasionally, you find they are looking for transfer to move to other areas. And you find that with my constituency also borders West Pokot, and yet people ask themselves, why should those who are in West Pokot get hardship allowance, yet those who are in Endebess, which is a neighboring constituency, cannot get hardship allowance? Yet the terrain is very difficult. The circumstances, even getting housing within those areas for teachers, for even any civil servant, is a big problem. So I think we need to revise the criteria for hardship so that it is not just reflecting areas of which are semi-arid, but areas where we find that there are difficulties, accessibility is a problem, the housing is a problem, and the terrain is difficult. So,
Member for Community.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with climate change, we have seen a lot of difference in terms of the gazetted hardship areas. So it is indeed important that the relevant committee should do some visits, Mr. Speaker, and revise, because we've seen areas which were accessible, the terrain has come in, climate change has affected, and I do agree with the petitioner, Mr. Speaker, that it's properly in order that the relevant committee must be able to revisit, review, so that we come up with the new areas. Because of climate change, one reason or another, they are now hardship areas, Mr. Speaker, so that they can be considered, Mr. Speaker, in terms of compensation for them to access the hardship allowance, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Member for Nyando.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to support this petition by Mr. Gaya of North Karachuonyo. It is true that the area, where I know very well, deserves hardship allowance. And Honorable Speaker, I'm aware that there was a multi-agency approach by the national government that was led by the public service that went across the country from the year 2020 and 2021 to rationalize this matter. When this idea of hardship allowance came into being, there are certain areas that were omitted for reasons that we are yet to understand. And a very classical example besides Karachuonyo North was Nyando constituency, Honorable Speaker. Nyando is known for its perennial flooding, and Nyando sits between Muhoroni constituency and Nyakach constituency, Honorable Speaker. When this idea came about, Muhoroni and Nyakach were considered, and Nyando was left out. Yet, it is where the real flooding is domiciled. So we wonder what kind of criteria that was followed in apportioning a hardship allowance to certain areas and alienating others, Honorable Speaker. So we hope that this report that is yet to come out, done by the national government, will be able to consider areas such as Karachuonyo North, Nyando, and many others that really, really deserve. We are not advocating for others to be left out of this scheme because it has many, many good parts of it. But we also hope that those that were inadvertently left out will be put into this criteria once and for all. We lose a lot of public servants into these areas that are being considered. So we hope by this we are also going.
Member for Tharaka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, that petition is quite timely, and I think it's important that it is investigated along the lines that I brought a petition to the House for my constituency, Tharaka. Tharaka enjoys hardship allowance when it comes to teachers and members of the judiciary, the judicial service staff. But the rest of the civil servants do not get hardship allowance. And my petition was based on that element of discrimination. Why some civil servants were getting hardship allowance and others were not. The petition went through the committee and a recommendation was made that it was merited. And unfortunately, I was later informed by the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection that the Treasury had said there aren't sufficient funds to implement that recommendation. And this is very unfortunate because when it comes to Tharaka, it's an arid area, arid and semi-arid. It's a very hardship area, as you said. It is actually rocky terrain, and those who work in there, especially civil servants, have to undergo a lot of strenuous moments going to their places of work, from their places of work, and wherever else they are going to work. Therefore, as we know very well, the House is going into election time. I think, God willing, I'll be reviving this again so that these civil servants are considered favorably like the other civil servants. Thank you very much.
Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The petition is timely and raises very weighty issues that require serious consideration. Honorable Speaker, the notion or the fallacy that all constituencies or all areas are homogeneous in terms of topography, in terms of facilities, is a very wrong assumption. Honorable Speaker, and we have raised this even as respect to Equalization Fund, you find that some areas have got high poverty indexes as a result of historical issues. Honorable Speaker, and I think it is high time that the Public Service Commission and all the interested stakeholders develop a very clear criteria and very clear measurement tool to determine which areas are hardship areas and which areas are not hardship areas. Honorable Speaker, with the continued effect of climatic change, we are going to have very many changes in the way we rate or categorize these countries or these counties or these constituencies. It's high time that we develop a criteria that's capable of being changed or altered depending on the way things go. Honorable Speaker, again, it's ironical that 10 years or 15 years after, 10 years after devolution, we still talk about hardship areas, yet we continuously pump billions and billions of money in the county governments. how come they have never been able to address these challenges of water, challenges of poor roads, challenges of food security, and the rest? Honorable Speaker, therefore, it is important as we develop this tool, we need to look at it holistically so that we know which areas deserve attention and which areas do not deserve attention by virtue of getting huge allocations of county government funds. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the petition.
Nominee 001.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I was waiting for the other one, Honorable Speaker, because I wanted to comment on another one. But hardship allowance is very important to be given to the well-deserving. But I'm waiting for the other one, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Kitui Central.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the petitioner for this important petition. Honorable Speaker, this matter of areas being categorized as hardship or not hardship is a matter which has really been raised by many honorable members in this House, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I remember at one point during the last Parliament, actually the Ministry of Public Service had indicated that they have done a comprehensive report covering the whole country, indicating which areas qualify to be hardship areas. What I would urge the government to do, Honorable Speaker, is possibly to fast track that report so that it is brought to this House, it is debated and passed, so that those areas which are really in the category of hardship areas, Honorable Speaker, that the civil servants benefit. What was coming out of that report, Honorable Speaker, is that you go to an area like Kitui, you find the teachers are earning hardship allowance, the doctors are earning it, but you come to the policemen and the people working in the judiciary, they are not earning. So that discrimination, Honorable Speaker, must be done away with. And it can only be done away by having a comprehensive report which addresses this matter. So I would urge the Committee of Administration and National Security, where I sit, Honorable Speaker, that then we take this matter very fast track it, and then we sort it, the matter for the whole country rather than sorting it just for Karochon, which is just a part of the country, Honorable Speaker. I submit, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Dagoretti South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I really would like to commend the petition that has been brought by Mr. Gwanda. And I think when the committee is considering this petition, Mr. Speaker, they should actually be considering two matters. The first one is an issue that has to do with overinvestment in the center, Mr. Speaker. 60 years after independence, we should not be talking about some areas being hardship areas, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, I think the committee should also make recommendations on which state agency should take up this matter, Mr. Speaker, because the zoning of hardship areas should not only be limited to far-flung areas, Mr. Speaker. There is something called urban poverty. And hardship areas in urban areas are even worse than the hardship areas in those far-flung areas, Mr. Speaker. So even as this matter is going to the committee, Mr. Speaker, I do pray that they will be able to look at this issue through these two lenses and make a proposal on one, which state agency should be doing this zoning and what considerations they are making. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, the fact that these hardship issues are coming up because we are overinvesting at the center, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this petition.
Member for Central Imenti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this petition. Mine, Mr. Speaker, is that when the committee is considering the petition before you, let it consider all aspects of what is said to be hardship areas, because like in my constituency, I'm happy that my friend MP for Daraka has mentioned that all schools in his constituency, which are neighboring the schools in my constituency, some are there, but difference of about 200 meters. Theirs and cleared as hardship areas. But in my place, it's not cleared, so the environment is the same, conditions are the same, amenities are the same. And then one wonders, why was this discrimination? Who are these people going around describing some areas as hardship, others not hardship? Can we say that let's have public participation going around the country, reviewing what has been said to be hardship areas, and at the end of the day, see surely, in places like Kiamole, that's in Central Imenti, you find that the school has only 2 teachers. and the school has 8 classrooms with about 300 students, but only two teachers, because others have run across the boundary to the Raka side, where they have handship areas. And then some people start saying that students are failing in some areas. Yet, it is a state which is facilitating the same through declaring some places as handship areas also. So my prayer is that let's have, when the committee is considering this, can it come with an idea of how it can go out and declassify the same and declassify so that all places can be included. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Member Bondiwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support this as well. And my concern is that, Mr. Speaker, we need to redefine or review the meaning of hardship. Because what it was then is not what it is now. For example, in Karachuonyo, which is one of the largest constituencies, just like in Ndewa, the condition is worsened by the infrastructure, which is not there. In my case, in Ndewa as well, the water problem, and you find even the bridges. For example, a teacher is going to teach, but he has to be in boots and walk for 5 miles. Even if they have cars, they will park it somewhere and walk to class. That teacher cannot perform well because, first of all, he's already tired. And all these are happening, and I agree with KJ. All these are happening because there's no fairness in distribution of resources. If we can get bridges well, we can build classrooms and roads. There's a place in Ndewa where we have a school up on the mountain. There are no roads going there. So teachers struggle to get there because there's no infrastructure. My point is that we need to redefine what is hardship and how can it be categorized. What are the criteria which people are talking about, so that when we implement it is homogeneous. Everybody who is facing those hardships can really be considered, but not pick and choose. I think it's unfair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Tigania West.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to also add my voice to this very important petition. Honourable Speaker, the idea of criteria is really important, because we need to have a criteria that looks at the geography, that looks at the ecology, that looks at the amenities and many other issues. It becomes more complicated, Honourable Speaker, especially when you, in a constituency, a part of it is declared hardship area and the other part is declared non-hardship. In such a case, Honourable Speaker, we have most of the civil servants or public servants concentrating in the areas that are declared hardship because of the benefits. I come from Tigania West, which borders Isiolo County. In Isiolo County, there are so many benefits. When we are looking at the issues of equalization fund, Honourable Speaker is stood on the floor of this House and requested that the committee that was looking at the equalization fund should go all the way to the sub-location. Because when you look at Meru, Meru is considered to be high potential. But I come from a constituency which is really, really low potential. And therefore, it is important for us to go down to the details of sub-location so that we may demarcate the hardship areas based on the agroecology of the area, the difficulties that people face, and the risks even to life. So, Honourable Speaker, the committee has a serious job to do. We expect them to do serious public participation and to look at most of the areas so that we do not have these biases or differences within the same sublocation. I do support the petition. Thank you.
Member for Vihiga County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support that petition, whoever has brought it. Mr. Speaker, some areas are considered as areas of hardship areas. I think the committee should now even consider some areas. The areas that are not being, teachers are not getting the hardship allowance. Like in my county, Vihiga, there are teachers who teach in schools like those very far places like Ochore. When you go to Ochore, getting to the main road to Maseno is terrible. And those teachers, I'm very sure they're not getting this hardship allowance. Those ones in Kaptech, near Lukose, getting to the main road is not easy. So as they go on reversing areas that can get hardship allowance, Vihiga also should be considered, keeping in mind if they were thinking of only arid areas or the areas that are affected by terrorism, at the moment, since Marigold Hills was the trees were removed, that place is now an arid area. So as much as they're considering those areas, they should also consider a county like Vihiga, where our teachers are also suffering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Finally, the member for Pokot South.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this great opportunity to also add my voice on this issue of special areas or hardship areas, Honorable Speaker. You know that Pokot is also classified under this area of special area. And what I'm getting, Honorable Speaker, and my message to the committee is maybe to discuss about a formula. Because everybody, Speaker, if you hear everybody wants their area to become hardship area. So maybe it might be the best time for the committee to look and say, why don't we develop a formula like what I see in the Revenue Division Commission, Honorable Speaker, and that it should be periodical. Like after 5 years, it comes back to Parliament. So that we can look at those parameters so that we can actually develop our country actually in a uniform or a unison manner. Rather than this idea, Honorable Speaker, that, okay, well, it looks like it will be begging. So this county or constituency will be begging for their constituencies to become what? To become hardship areas. So maybe, Honorable Speaker, so that we become objective as a country, we develop a formula. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, take an example of West Pokot. I don't know whether people know what they're asking for. You know, when you are a hardship area, Honorable Speaker, there's something which I also developed, which are two, and I want the committee to know this. One is that many people will be looking to go and work on those special areas or hardship areas. But Honorable Speaker, when they reach there, you know what happens? They want to live along the highway, not going actually where it is hardship area. And we have seen this example in West Pokot, that most of these people who want to come back and work in our county because they want special interest or they get more money, when they reach in Kapenguria, Honorable Speaker, they only want to work in Kapenguria and not in far-flung areas. So they need to consider that, Honorable Speaker, that they should go actually to the hardship areas so that they don't just live around and create that kind of thing. Finally, that, Honorable Speaker,
the petition is therefore accordingly referred to the Committee on Education and Research. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Leader of Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, April the 5th, 2022. The annual corporate report for the financial year 2020-2021 from the Office of the Auditor General. Second batch is the reports of the Auditor General for the financial statement in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2021 and the certificates therein. And these are the Parliamentary Service Commission, Judicial Service Commission, Political Parties Fund, the Kenya Local Loans Support Fund, the Rural Enterprise Fund, Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, Kenya Vision 2030 Delivery Secretariat, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Witness Protection Agency, the Commission on Administrative Justice, Mortgage and Car Loan, Business Registration Services, Business Registration Services Official Receiver, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties Car Loan Scheme, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties Mortgage Loan Scheme Fund, the National Land Commission Housing Scheme Fund, Receiver of Revenue, Revenue Statement Recurrent by the National Treasury, State Officers House Mortgage Scheme Fund, and the Stores and Services Fund. The third batch is the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2020 and the certificates therein. And these are Cabernet Hotel Limited, the Commission on Administrative Justice, Mortgage and Car Loan, Lands Limited, National Cereals and Produce Board, Nyandarua Institute of Science and Technology. And then the fourth is a report of the Auditor General. The fourth batch is a report of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the Mandera East constituency for the year ended 30th of June 2020 and the certificates therein. The fifth batch is the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following constituencies for the year ended 30th of June 2019 and the certificates therein, and these are Kibipiri, Naivasha, Bomet East, Kuresoi South, Tiati, Nakuru Town East, and Kenangop. Number 6 is a report of the Auditor General and financial statements of Emining Technical Training Institute for the year ended 30th of June 2019 and the certificate therein. The 7th is the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2018 and the certificates therein. And these are the Government of Kenya Marine Ministries, Departments and Agencies, and B, Emining Technical Training Institute. The 8th is a report of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2017 and the certificate therein, and these are the Government of Kenya Ministries, Departments and Agencies. Number B is the Emining Technical Training Institute and the Consolidated Fund. And lastly, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2016 and the certificates therein, and these are the Government of Kenya Ministries, Departments and Agencies, and the Consolidated Fund. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, or is it the member for Kitui Rural? The Honorable Boni Mwalika.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. (2022) Report on the Department of...
Looks like there's a problem with your microphone. Yes, that one is better. That one.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. Report on the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the Prompt Payment Bill, Senate Bill number 16 of 2021. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
We'll start by the questions, the first segment. First question is by the member for Kuria East, Honorable Marwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 91 of 2022. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the status of upgrading to bitumen standards of the Homa Bay, Uhuru Bay, Migori, Kehancha, Lolgorian, Mararianta, Lemek, Ngorengore, Narok Road? Part 2 of it, could the Cabinet Secretary also provide an update on the progress of the construction of the project's feeder roads, namely Taranganya Center and Timaru, Game C13 Junction, Kendege TTI Junction, Masurura C13 Junction, Getagaita, Kongori, and Kegonga, and C13 Junction at Loliondo, Kugitimo, Kegonga, Center, Nyamtiro, one-stop border post, Isbania one-stop border post, and lastly, Mr. Speaker, Kilimapesa, C13 Junction, Masurura, and Ntimaru Road. Part 3 of it, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure speedy completion of the said roads? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, to be responded to before the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. The next question is by the member for Mwatate, Honorable Mwandime.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Question 99, 2022 to the Cabinet Secretary on transport, infrastructure, housing, urban development and public works. A, could the Cabinet Secretary consider a policy change to ensure that the Nairobi-Mombasa Express passenger train on the standard gauge railway, SGR, makes regular stops at the Mtito, Voi, at Mtito and Voi stations to enable the passengers who normally include tourists to disembark and visit surrounding tourist areas, hence promoting economic activities around Mtito Andei, Voi, and the adjacent areas. 2, could the Cabinet Secretary indicate whether there are plans to refurbish the 2 stations surrounding them, surrounding what is this?
Surrounding their importance.
The 2 stations, considering their importance to the rail transport network and supporting the economy of the region.
Network and supporting the
I think you are reading something different.
Yeah, and supporting the economy of the region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. That question by the member for Central Imenti, Honorable Kirima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My question is 099 of the year 2022, and it's about what is the government policy with respect to planting of eucalyptus species of trees commonly referred to as brungam along river banks and water catchment areas, a common practice in the eastern region of the country, particularly in Central Imenti constituency. 2, what measures has the ministry taken to prohibit the planting of eucalyptus species of trees along river banks and catchment areas, considering their pernicious effects to springs and river streams, which leads to reduction of water volumes, resulting to, among other concerns, inter-community conflicts over the scarce resource? 3, what steps is the ministry taking to ensure that the saint trees planted along the banks of Kadita and Mariara rivers in Central Imenti constituency and other catchment areas across the country are removed to avert perennial shortage of water in the same areas? Mr. Speaker, sir. If the Speaker can allow me, Mr. Speaker, there is also a question I asked about title deeds, and it was referred to the Minister of Lands through the chairperson. I was given 16 days to get the answer. That is 3 months ago. Up to now, I have not gotten any answer, and I've never even been called in that committee.
3 months ago?
3 months ago.
That was January?
Yeah, that was the moment Parliament opened, Mr. Speaker.
January or December?
The moment we opened, that is in February.
You asked a question, or you asked, but well, if you agreed to be given within 3 months, because I was not part of the agreement, now you can only go to the person who gave you but because now how do I know?
But any delay is supposed to be reported to you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
No. Honorable Kirima, that question was dedicated to be responded to or replied to before the Committee on Lands. Go and see the chair of the Committee on Lands. Yes. For this one, it will be responded to before the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. The next question is by the member for Madare, Honorable Oluoch.
Is my speaker on? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to raise question number 100 of 2022, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, and Urban Development. One, could the Cabinet Secretary provide the status of construction of the Shining of Hope for Communities in bracket Shofko, Mabatini Ward, Hospital Ward Bridge in Madare constituency, and explain why the contractor abandoned the site for over 2 months. Secondly, could the Cabinet Secretary also provide details of the contractor, explaining whether he or she has the capacity to undertake the works, and provide details of other similar works undertaken by the said contractor, stating their location, nature and contract amounts, status of completion of each project, and any other road construction project awarded to the contractor in Nairobi County and in particular Madare constituency. Lastly, what steps is the ministry taking to ensure that the construction of the said bridge is completed within the set time frame, with a view to ensuring that residents of Mabatini and Hospital Ward in Madare constituency are able to access Thika Highway and Juja Road through the bridge? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next segment is a request for statements. Is a request by the member for Wajir East, Honorable Amin.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Request for a statement regarding the commercialization of the Wajir International Airport. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairpersons of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works, Housing, regarding the commercialization of Wajir International Airport in Wajir County. Honorable Speaker, Wajir Airport was started in 1977 for security reasons to control and monitor airspace along Somali border. However, over the years, the airport was open to civilian and commercialization aircraft, on which today at least 3 aircraft fly from Nairobi to Wajir on a daily basis. Further, civilian aircraft fly from Somalia to Nairobi via Wajir International Airport. Honorable Speaker, there is also a potential to transport meat and meat products to other countries, and in particular to Middle East countries. The viability and optimization of the said airport as a commercial transport hub is hampered by the heavy presence of security personnel, especially the Kenya Defense Forces, the KDF, who man the entrance, gates, and its surrounding areas, thus hampering and slowing down the way of doing business on the said potential hub. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing on the following. 1. Could the chairperson explain what measures has the government put in place to construct and develop Wajir International Airport to the required standard for the purpose of commercialization transport? 2. Could the chairperson further explain what measures has the government put in place to ensure that Wajir International Airport is run and managed appropriately by other entities and not the Kenya Defense Forces, whose its presence has hampered the way of doing business on the said potential airport? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I, Honorable Rashid Amin, MP Wajir's constituency.
Honorable Kosing.
Honorable Speaker, that's a very good question or statement, and very weighty. Without anticipating debate, Honorable Speaker, we can take 2 weeks as a committee. But, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, you have previously advised. Because sometimes when we come with statements here, I end at reading the statement. I can't take supplementary questions. Maybe honorable member has a reason why he's asking that statement. And you advise honorable speaker that we should do some more interactive between the minister or the ministry and the honorable member. And the best way, honorable speaker, which you advised was the question. So that if that was a question, honorable speaker, what I would have done under your direction is to bring the minister and honorable Amin. Then honorable Amin and the minister and the KAA and everybody will have a very good interaction, which might lead to a very good way forward that will satisfy his people, honorable speaker. But in terms of statement, the way I look at it is dull. I'll just bring the statement, read here, and then I leave it there. I cannot take supplementary questions from honorable. But honorable speaker, because he chose that direction, 2 weeks.
Well, he has chosen the direction of a request for a statement. So it's like somebody choosing how they wish to leave the earth, either by firing squad or by drowning in a river. So you'll be given a statement in 2 weeks, Honorable Amin. Honorable Amin, you want to say something? Yes?
But I think the procedure the chairman is pursuing so that I can be able to get a prompt and a reliable information regarding this statement is quite appropriate. So if you will allow your speaker, honorable speaker, is to allow the chairman of this committee to allow active interaction between us, the minister and the KA, and the Kenya Defense Forces for that matter, so that we can have an amicable solution and a way forward for manning the Wajir International Airport.
But you know the route you have chosen is for the chairman to bring you a statement from the ministry.
Yes.
So, he's just explaining that had you gone the route of a question, perhaps it would have been a lot better, because then he would have called all those concerned, so that then invite you, and then you can be able to have some interaction on supplementaries. And that's why he's saying, when he reads a statement, which will be given, and remember those functionaries are very happy writing as all manner of statements. So it will be brought here, the chairman will read it. Now you may desire to ask some supplementary questions, which the chairman may not be privy to. Yet, if you had gone the route of questions, you know, they would have been there to hear your supplementaries and respond to them accordingly. And if you are not satisfied, the chairman can even adjourn the meeting to another day so that they can bring a more satisfactory answer. But now, since you have gone this route, for the time being, Honorable Amin, let's just be contented with what the chairman is going to bring.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. The next request is by the member for Garissa Township.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairman of the Departmental Committee on Energy regarding fuel crisis, shortage across the country as a result of delayed subsidy payment to oil marketing companies. Honorable Speaker, the fuel crisis we are facing today dates back to September 2021. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, under Section 101, subsection Y of the Petroleum Act number 2 of 2019, legal notice number 196 of 2010, and legal notice number 26 of 2012, on September 14, 2021, issued a maximum wholesale and retail petroleum price that was effective from September 15th to October 14th, 2021. The drastic increase, Mr. Speaker, led to public outcry as maximum wholesale and retail petroleum prices significantly rose to historic high pump prices. For example, Mr. Speaker, 1 liter of super petrol went up to 147.75 in Mandera, 144.15 in Moyale town, 145.34 in Elwak town, 143.19 in Kibish town, and 134.72 in Nairobi and its environs. Honorable Speaker, in March 14, 2022, EPRA increased the pump prices of petrol and diesel by Kenya shillings 5 shilling per litre. But despite that, the government maintained the margins of oil companies at zero, meaning no profits for the companies. The cash flow for the oil company, marketing companies, is seriously affected by the incidence of delays by the National Treasury to reimburse them under the subsidy program, thereby leading to hoarding and little fuel they still have in their services. EPRA, Mr. Speaker, blamed the delays in the disbursement of the fuel subsidy cash by the Ministry of Petroleum and the National Treasury. EPRA, Mr. Speaker, increased the pump prices of petrol and diesel by 5 shillings per litre on March 14, 2022. Despite the price increase, the government maintained the same margins. Mr. Speaker, the oil marketing companies are facing a very serious cash crunch as bypassing the Kenyan independent petroleum dealers who export their stock, who allowed the oil marketing companies to export their stock to Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, and DRC Congo, where they are guaranteed instant cash on their sales. Honorable Speaker, it is on this account and this background that I seek for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy on the following. Number one, could the chairperson provide the total number of registered oil marketing companies, petroleum dealers, and small oil dealers, their network distribution across the country, and the percentage share of each of the oil marketer in our country? Two, could the chairperson provide the total amount of money collected under the Petroleum Fuel Levy Fund from September 2021 to date? Three, could the chairperson provide a breakdown of reimbursements of fuel levy fund per month from September 2021 to date, and reimbursement due to be paid to oil marketing companies, petroleum dealers, and the small oil dealers? Number four, could the chairperson explain the measures put in place by government to curb the fuel crisis in our country and also ensure that Kenyans are not affected as it is now today in the streets and in all the petrol stations? Number five, could the chairperson explain plans put in place by government to ensure that petroleum dealers make the current situation as short and as unrestrictive as possible? Number six, could the chairperson explain why the National Treasury has stalled the processing of the Petroleum Products Tax and Levies Amendment Bill 2021? And seven, could the chairperson explain the position of the government of Kenya on the inadequacy of the fuel in the country and the contingent measures put in place by government in case of a prolonged crisis of the fuel in our country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Who knows who is I don't know. Given the reason, this constant changes in configuration of chairs of committees. I don't know who is the chairman of the Committee on Energy. Who? The vice chair. Oh, you are now the vice chair even. So I don't know. They are changing so constantly, just like the. Game is raising his hand up. Is he also a vice chair or? The Honorable Tungo. You are the vice chair.
Yes, Your Excellency. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. I wish you well. Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm the Vice Chair, Energy Committee. And Chair, I know the crisis is here and it's affecting everybody. And because of this, Chair, and on behalf of my Speaker, and on behalf of my Chair, I'm going to, the questions were too many. The work that is supposed to be done is so vigorous. I would request, Mr. Speaker, that we bring these answers on Tuesday next week, considering the crisis. Yes.
Very well. Honorable Bukose, what is the, 1 minute, 2 minutes max. 2 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, the fuel crisis is actually a very serious thing affecting many Kenyans. And as you are aware, every Kenyan now is wondering what is really happening. And they are looking upon this House to give direction. Honorable Speaker, I think the committee needs to handle this with a lot of emergency. And I want to thank Honorable Duale for raising this issue. Because many Kenyans, on Thursday last week, we passed the appropriation bill. And we expected that and the PS Kamau on petroleum gave a statement to the effect that everything will normalize by Wednesday. But when you go through petrol stations now, you find people are moving around with jerry cans looking for fuel. And this can even be very hazardous, because with jerry cans of fuel in the house, people might end up with accidents. So I think it's something that the government needs to be serious about it and move with speed. And they should be able to disclose where the money for subsidy is. So thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Mwaya. Honorable Boko Milemba. There's something wrong with these mics.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity, and let me thank Honorable Nduale for raising this matter. Honorable Speaker, this is extremely unprecedented, and even during the old times of President Moi, we have not seen Kenyans queue like they are queuing for fuel, like people are actually looking for water. And given that the laws that even govern how to carry and handle petrol don't include carrying such a substance in jerry cans, we are actually headed for a big mess, Honorable Speaker. And the chair, like she did say, she should bring an answer by Tuesday. That's very good, so that the Kenyans are able to know what is really happening with fuel. Yesterday, I watched a clip of one of the PSS in that particular ministry, and seemed to say that there's something called panic buying, which has caused such a huge shortage. I think that was such a casual answer, Honorable Speaker, that some people panicked because there was lack of fuel in a place around Eldoret, and then panic buying entered the entire country, and that's how we can explain this. I think that is very, very casual, because we cannot even see the panic buyers on the road with cars. So you wonder, how is this panic buying causing such a hullabaloo? I think when the chair gets the answer, she will come out clearly to state that what role is the so-called subsidy that was spared for the fuel doing to cause this? What is the real role of the war in Ukraine? I'm a teacher of history and government. I know that Russia is one of the largest producers of oil, yes. But we need to be exactly clear how this is affecting.
Member for Kikuyu.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and also rise to say a word or two on the fuel crisis, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I've seen a clip going round from the president of the neighboring country, the Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency, Madam Suluhu. And she seeks to ask politicians to explain to the people how the Russian-Ukraine war is affecting the price of fuel. But, Honourable Speaker, it's also good for us to be able to explain to the people of Kenya that as much as there is an implication on the Ukraine-Russian war, as a house and as a country, we put safeguard measures against such eventualities. And we created the Consumer Protection Fund with the Petroleum Development Fund, which, Honourable Speaker, as you saw yesterday, the ministry announced that they have already paid about 8.2 billion shillings to oil marketers to compensate them, Honourable Speaker. And the crisis has, in this country, Honourable Speaker, has emanated from government's failure to pay oil marketing companies. Honourable Speaker, when money is put in a fund, taxpayers' money, the ministry, the National Treasury, and the ministries in charge cannot misappropriate that money, Honourable Speaker. And you have seen reports that have been tabled in this House by the Auditor General that stipulate how or express how money has been misappropriated from the Petroleum Development Fund to government agencies. And while still, Mr. Speaker, we also have heard of a mysterious unnamed private entity that has benefited from this money. Therefore, Honourable Speaker, even as you explain to Kenyans that the Russian-Ukraine war has had an effect, we must be truthful, we must be honest to our people to tell them that we are in the problem we are in today because of failure by government, failure to ensure that the fund that has been put aside to compensate consumers, or rather to protect consumers, Honourable Speaker, is not misused. And it is a misuse and misappropriation of this fund that has gotten into this crisis, Honourable Speaker. And I want to ask that as a House.
Member for makwiny.
Yeah? Yeah. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to comment on this very important matter. Mr. Speaker, there has been a lot of trouble caused in the last 3 or 4 days. And as has been stated before, Mr. Speaker, when the Kenyans buy fuel in jerrycans and put them in their houses, Mr. Speaker, there is every danger and likelihood of fire being caused and lives be lost. And I think action should be taken urgently so that there's no panic by storage in that form. Mr. Speaker, under the energy regulations, fuel is even carried in metallic containers and specified because of the locking and the like. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, the transport industry has been affected greatly, especially the border sector, Mr. Speaker, which serves Kenyans from all over the country, and eventually the country has been inefficient in that regard. We have also seen major traffic jams in petrol stations, Mr. Speaker, and these traffic jams has ended up in, a lot of time wastage, delays, and inconvenience to Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, the best way forward is the ministry to quickly, first of all, issue a comprehensive statement, even before they present to this Parliament on Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, so that the Kenyans can know exactly what is happening and can be able to predict or can be told how the problem is going to be sorted and how long it's going to take, Mr. Speaker, because when there is uncertainty and when whatever was issued in the press yesterday through a television interview, Mr. Speaker, did not look satisfactory, Mr. Speaker, there is a need for the Minister of Energy and the Permanent Secretary to quickly issue a press statement.
Honourable Sango.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this petition by His Excellency Adan Duale, which is have come at the right time. Kenyans are really suffering. It is really an emergency. And I thank the Vice Chair, I don't know why he's not the Chair, for actually giving us an assurance that by Tuesday, she will be able to bring this answer. Honourable Speaker, when you see Kenyans lining up and carrying petroleum product in jerrycan, Honourable Speaker, and some of them may even smoke around that petrol station, it is really very dangerous. And what the PS for petroleum gave us yesterday as an answer, that it was panic buying. Honorable Speaker, it was the most retrogressive answer I've ever heard from a top government official, Honorable Speaker, and I think this House should censor such public servants who are not aware of what is happening and the suffering of Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, how can panic buying cause shortage? Does it mean that our tanks in our cars have enlarged and now that it is taking, our cars are taking more fuel, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, again, in the same interview, the PS said that we have given 34 billion and that fuel will be available very soon. Honorable Speaker, yet on the same breath, he was saying it is caused by the war in Russia and Ukraine. So I don't know how the 34 billion will stop the war in Ukraine so that we can now get fuel by Wednesday, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, such casual answers from public servants, Honorable Speaker, is shame. Honorable Speaker, and I knew this one is coming because of conflict of interest of businesses, Honorable Speaker. The moment rubies enters into the market, we knew such things will happen because public funds, Kenyan taxes will be diverted to private businesses the way we have diverted KQ money to private
Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, it's a very sad situation. It's a crisis that never ought to have happened. It was a necessary crisis. It was a necessary mess. Honorable Speaker, it's symptomatic or an epitome of failed planning for this to have happened. Obviously, it became apparent that Russia was going to invade Ukraine as early as late December. Anybody who is serious planner should have planned on this matter. Honorable Speaker, the cause of increasing fuel prices dates back to some times in this House when we introduced several taxes. And indeed, those who oversaw and who prosecuted the bill and the motion in this House are here today. And I wish, Honorable Speaker, when I grow up, I would want to travel the road from Damascus so that I can turn from Saul to Paul. Honorable Speaker, it is important that whatever I do at any given time, we must look at it in posterity, not just to please our masters that are there at a particular time, because our master will change any time and turn against you. Honorable Speaker, we Kenyans will continue to suffer because then it was convenient, because they were calling the shots, but now the coin and the shoe has changed. We pity and sympathize with fellow Kenyans, lakini tumezoea kuwa wa Kenya, tutavumilia hali yetu. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, whereas I share with the Kenyans the heavy situation of lack of petroleum products in the country, Honorable Speaker, it is something which all of us should really come together and think on what to do. The scenario, Honorable Speaker, today, I wish to speak like somebody who has been in the industry, Honorable Speaker, is a situation that economists, Honorable Speaker, have to come back on the table and think on how the country is going to manage itself. Honorable Speaker, whereas we are addressing the price today, being at where it is now, in the next reading, Honorable Speaker, we forecast a situation where fuel prices, Honorable Speaker, are likely to go up by as high as 30 shillings a litre. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the cushion fund which we gave and ask ourselves whether the country will be able, using the amount which we provide for in terms of the petroleum fund, will be able to cushion, Honorable Speaker, is a matter which we need to leave to economists to rethink and either allow the forces of demand and supply to exist or, Honorable Speaker, cushion against the consumption, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to confirm, to finally say that the issue of petroleum, whereas the issue of the Gulf, Ukraine vis-a-vis versus Russia is a challenge, let also the players in the industry, Honorable Speaker, being the government, be aware and move in and support Kenyan people and cushion in Kenyans in general, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Well, I think we'll leave it at that. You know, there is no debate. This was merely to is that a new member who is raising? Who is that now? No, not the member for game. Member for game is, there's a member who sits at some corner. Oh, member for Kisauni, the Honorable Mbogo Menza. Yes, let me hear your voice on this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to contribute to this matter, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to identify with my colleague, Honorable Wango. We used to work together in the industry. Mr. Speaker, I did request for a statement on this matter before we went for recess. And at that point in time, the government owed the 54 oil marketing companies 35 billion shillings. And we requested for a statement because we knew this is going to happen, and it has happened, Mr. Speaker. If you look at what we have in the country today, Mr. Speaker, the KOSF, the Kipevu Oil Storage Facility, which is the government facility, has enough fuel to cover for this country. But because of this cushion fund that has been introduced, most oil companies today cannot afford to take fuel from the KPC to their facilities, because the moment you do that, you have to raise an invoice to the National Treasury, which the National Treasury does not pay in time. And apart from that, Mr. Speaker, there is also the issue of VAT. The moment you raise an invoice, KRA, they're on your case, they want you to pay the VAT on time. So the 54 oil marketing companies, out of which, Mr. Speaker, 47 are indigenous-owned companies. Only 7 companies are multinational, which have the capacity and financial muscle to take this hit. But the 47 companies, Mr. Speaker, they're on the verge of collapsing. And very soon, these companies will close shop. And if you don't believe me, Mr. Speaker, today, we have these small companies that they own 2 or 3 petrol stations. They have all closed down. And most of the workers have been sent home because of lack of petroleum in the market. 2, the margins have been squeezed. For those small companies, Mr. Speaker, today when they buy fuel, the margin allowed to them is only 2 shillings. How can 2 shillings cover the operating cost, Mr. Speaker? So there is a serious...
Very well. The Vice Chair has already given an undertaking that she should bring a statement on Tuesday next week. So that's not business, honourable members. You know, the member for game, this is not business. This is what they call in Swahili, mazungumzo badala ya habari. What they call it, there used to be some program on one of the TV stations in Kenya, they say, gumzo mtaani. Yeah? So this is not business. Now let's go to business. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, approval of the mediated version of the county government's additional allocation bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021.
It is shown that this motion is being moved by the Vice Chairperson of the Mediation Committee on the county government's additional allocations bill. Who is the Vice Chairperson? The Honorable Makali Mulu? Yes, Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm not the Vice Chairperson, but I'm a member of the Mediation Committee, and the Vice Chairperson, Honorable Kanini Kega, has requested that I stand in for him in moving this important motion, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to move that, pursuant to the provisions of Article 113, Section 2 of the Constitution, and Standing Order number 150, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the County Government Additional Allocation Bill, Senate Bill 35 of 2021, Honorable Speaker, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, March 31st, 2022, and approves the mediated version of the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the County Government Grants Bill, which is going to change the title, provides for the additional allocation to the county governments for the year 2021-2022. Mr. Speaker, these additional allocations to the counties are financed either from proceeds of loans and grants from the development partners or the national government share of revenue pursuant to Article 202, Section 2 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, this bill came from the Senate and the National Assembly to the National Assembly on Thursday, 2nd December 2021. And the National Assembly passed the bill with amendments. However, on 21st December 2021, Honorable Speaker, the Senate rejected the amendments from the National Assembly, which resulted in the bill being committed to a mediation committee pursuant to Article 113 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the mediation committee held 4 sittings to deliberate on the bill. And in one of the sittings, the committee did stakeholder participation and met with the National Treasury, Commission on Revenue Allocation, Control of Budget, and Council of Governors, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the mediation committee deliberated on the bill and came up with an agreed mediated fashion which is attached to this report. Mr. Speaker, some of the key resolutions of the mediation committee include: A, the title of the bill, Mr. Speaker, changed from the Count Grants Bill to Count Government Additional Allocation Bill. This change in title, Mr. Speaker, expands the allocation to cover resources allocated to county governments from the national government share of revenue or proceeds of loans and grants from development partners. Honorable Speaker, the object of the bill was also enhanced to include a new object to include additional resources from development partners in the form of loans and grants. Honorable Speaker, there is also an additional clause which provides for the National Treasury to table the agreements in the National Assembly and the Senate before inclusion in the budget policy statement. Honorable Speaker, the bill has also been changed to be an annual bill in which the Treasury, the National Treasury, will be submitting the bill together with the Division of Revenue Bill and the Account Allocation Bill, Account Allocation of Revenue Bill, Honorable Speaker. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, the explanatory notes on the clause 4 of the bill will be maintained to explain the schedules attached to the bill. Mr. Speaker, the approval of this bill will unlock 39 billion additional allocations for the year 2021-22, which the counties have not been able to access due to the lack of a legislative instrument for the facilitation of transfer of these funds, Mr. Speaker. These allocations are majorly financed by development partners, Honorable Speaker, such as World Bank, EU, and ANIDA, and cover issues on health, agriculture, water, and sanitation programs, which are very crucial to improved service delivery at the counties, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I would like to thank the members of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, and more so, members of the Mediation Committee, for the insightful contribution in coming up with this report and the bill. Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to approve the county government's additional allocation bill to facilitate the transfer of funds to the counties. Honorable Speaker, those honorable members who have checked the so-called 411, Honorable Speaker, must have seen the counties are already complaining, the Council of Governors are already complaining, Honorable Speaker, that they are requesting the National Assembly to fast-track this bill, Honorable Speaker, so that they are able to access this 39 billion, which they are not able to access unless this bill is passed, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, during the mediation, a number of things came up, and I want just to single one, which I think is very important, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in the process of discussing this bill, there was an agreement between the two houses, Honorable Speaker, the representative of the two houses, Honorable Speaker, that when these additional resources and loans and grants are provided by either development partners or the national government, there seems to be a skewed allocation of resources to specific counties, and everybody was questioning the issue of equitable distribution of the resources. So, Honorable Speaker, this is one of the areas which was very contentious, and it's an area which meant the Senate takes so long to come to agree with us. So, Honorable Speaker, I think as we move to the future, it would be important that we think of another bill which will ensure that as we distribute this additional resource to the counties, there is fairness in the distribution. Because if you analyze the distribution, you realize, Honorable Speaker, that there are some counties which actually don't get these resources unless it is clearly stated that they are for every county. So I think this is an area we would urge the honorable members, as we pass this bill, Honorable Speaker, that as we move to the future, then this is an area we need to consider. Honorable Speaker, I also want to urge the honorable members to really support these amendments which you have agreed. Now, both houses have agreed, Honorable Speaker, and the faster we approve this bill, Honorable Speaker, as a house, the better for the counties, because they will be able now to access the resource once the bill is signed. So with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to move and request Honorable Laisula Lesuda to second and really plead with the members that we approve this bill, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Lesuda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to second this important motion, which, just as Dr. Honorable Makali has said, it is one that is important and one that we need to fast track so that the counties can access the 39 billion, which are additional funds that go to the counties through grants, Mr. Speaker. When we sat with the Senate members who are part of the mediation committee, it was very easy to agree on the amendment that came from the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, which was to change the title of the bill so that it is not just limited to grants, but also to other additional funds that will be sourced from the national government and also from the development partners, Mr. Speaker. The contentious issue mostly was whether we make this bill an annual bill or one bill that is just passed. But then we agreed as a committee that there will be no harm if it comes as an annual bill that will come together with the Division of Revenue Bill and the County Allocation Revenue Bill. And Mr. Speaker, it was noted that these additional funds mostly will go into agriculture, will go into health issues, and also sanitation programs, which are very important in our counties, Mr. Speaker. It is important to note that the counties should, and one of the issues that was raised why it should be an annual bill, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that our counties are accountable for the funds that they're being given, even as additional resource, Mr. Speaker, so that the services can reach the people at the county level. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, it was also important to note what Honorable Makali has said, that members felt that there has not been fairness in allocating these additional funds, especially the grants, to the counties, and it is important that the Treasury and the national government get a way of ensuring that there's fairness so that it is not the same counties which get this additional funds, because their counties, every other time when you see the grants that have been given or additional funds, Mr. Speaker, it is to specific counties, while we know that they're different, the counties have different needs, Mr. Speaker, and it is important that we look at fairness and also accountability of these funds once they go to the counties. I second, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Majority Leader, yes. Honourable members, I wish to propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Article 113, Clause 2 of the Constitution, and standing under 150, this House adopts a report of the Mediation Committee on the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, March 31st, 2022, and approves the mediated version of the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021. Honorable Sankok, you want to contribute? If it is straight to you, you don't mind. I can get the member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Sankok today is exceptionally quiet. Something must be seriously wrong with his system today. I actually noticed in the morning when I saw him, he did not look the vibrant Sankok he is. Honorable Speaker, indeed, it's a good thing that the mediation process between the National Assembly and the Senate has ended amicably. I attended one, and indeed I felt so sorry because the kind of rigidity and animosity exhibited by the senators towards members of the National Assembly was really very uncomfortable and uncalled for. It's indeed happy to know that this time round there was unanimity on many of the issues and the parties have agreed. Honorable Speaker, the issue of the running of county governments, equitable share, conditional grants, and its impact on the ground is a debate that seems to be not able to go away. It's a debate that we need to find a way to mainstream in our discussions, and in a time as we do the division of revenue bill, and as we pass this special grants bill, we need to put into place measures to ensure there is value for money. Honorable Speaker, each year, the national government of the country shares revenues towards the county government. But Honorable Speaker, if you go to the ground, what you see is a very depressing state of affairs. Honorable Speaker, in many counties, the health services have collapsed. In many counties, people have to travel long distances to look for water. In many countries, Honorable Speaker, support towards the agriculture sector and food production is minimal. So we keep on asking very many questions. Where do the money go to? Who oversees the money? Second, Honorable Speaker, each particular year, other than this particular year, there has been conditional grants to the counties. For example, doing polytechnics, funding polytechnics, or vocational training centers. We have had grants to build county headquarters. We have had grants to upgrade municipal roads and municipal services. Yet, Honorable Speaker, the lot and the type of services being rendered remains the same and are of no value to the people of Kenya. It is indeed, Honorable Speaker, that we need to ask, first of all, several institutions in this country to take their work seriously and flag out. Number one, Honorable Speaker, are the county assemblies. These county assemblies are supposed to actually oversight the county governments. Honorable Speaker, and indeed it is sad that the courts of law in this country dispensed off some basic academic qualifications for somebody to sit in the county assemblies. Honorable Speaker, as long as we continue to have no minimum academic requirements in the county assemblies, we are not going to achieve the objectives of devolution that were envisaged by the fathers of devolution, like the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. It is indeed probably in the fullness of time, we need to ask the courts of law to go and sit in those county assemblies. We need to ask the courts of law to descend from the ivory tower, go to the ground and see the damage that is being done to devolution because we have no serious body to oversight the activities of the county government. Honorable Speaker, secondly, another level that is supposed to oversight the county government so that we see value for money is the Senate. Honorable Speaker, yes, we know it's in the upper level. They only deal with the audited accounts. The remotisha, so to speak, they only deal with it at the tail end. But Honorable Speaker, nothing much comes out of it. I have never seen the Senate reprimand any particular governor. I've never seen the Senate make a recommendation that will bar any particular governor from contesting any seat because of poor service delivery. So, Honorable Speaker, we do hope something will come out of it, but devolution is the way to go. We must protect devolution. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the report.
Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to support the report on the mediated version of the county government additional allocation bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021. Honorable Speaker, briefly conforming to this is that, Honorable Speaker, the main issue here is to allow the flow of funds. Once the funds have been allocated in the budget, let the funds flow, Honorable Speaker, as quickly as possible. What is obstructing the funds, Honorable Speaker, is just a small issue that the grants which have come both from the grants from either the government or foreigners or foreign governments should be allocated properly, Honorable Speaker, so that they support the main budgets that would have been allocated through the DORA to the county governments. Honorable Speaker, key on this issue is also the ruling by the High Court on how the matter is supposed to be treated, Honorable Speaker, through case number 252, that Honorable Speaker gave the power to the Senate to originate this bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in the consideration of the passage, Honorable Speaker, of this bill, it will therefore give the legal framework for disbursement of the conditional grants, especially, Honorable Speaker, the 39 billion that's meant for various projects. Honorable Speaker, there is also the slight issue of the title, where during the mediation through the report, Honorable Speaker, it was not a big issue that the title could obstruct, Honorable Speaker, the flow of funds. It is a mere presentation on how you want to call a title, Honorable Speaker, and therefore I wish to thank the Committee on Mediation that they were quick to accept what was possible and move on, Honorable Speaker, at least for the county governments to access the funds. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the issues of money given to us by the donors, it's always time-bound. Honorable Speaker, as we continue to debate on this, let us be considerate and appreciate the mediation committee that once they've given us this report and once we approve it, it now resolves the issue of timelines, which is very crucial, Honorable Speaker, from the donors. They would want to see that they don't just give us money, we keep the money with us, and we don't allow the expenditure or the usage of that money from the various counties, Honorable Speaker. There is also, Honorable Speaker, need to come up with an alternative way for the disbursement of funds, since the absorption rate, Honorable Speaker, has been low due to the delays, as I said, in terms of the disbursement. Honorable Speaker, whereas we have 47 counties, they do their own budgets. We don't do budgets for the 47 counties. And Honorable Speaker, when we hold the money in Nairobi, it simply also delays them in terms of absorption of the various funds, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, finally, I wish to look into the issue of the conditional grants that have diverse conditions and may need to be reviewed either annually or depending on nature agreements that are entered into. Honorable Speaker, the mediation committee looked into this from the National Assembly perspective and the Senate perspective. The Senate felt, Honorable Speaker, that they would be reviewing this bill annually. Instead of it, Honorable Speaker, being a perpetual bill, they want to make it that, Honorable Speaker, each year the bill will be looked into by the two houses. Honorable Speaker, this was not a big issue. The mediation committee has confirmed, Honorable Speaker, ceding the position, and it's a good thing that, Honorable Speaker, as long as anything that will help the flow of funds from Nairobi to the counties, Honorable Speaker, it is something that the mediation committee looked into and said, let us move forward. Similarly, I would ask my colleagues, Honorable Speaker, that we quickly vote for this mediated version of the bill, so that, Honorable Speaker, we do not obstruct any further flow of funds to the counties. However, Honorable Speaker, we must caution the counties that this money that is going into their various accounts should not be money, Honorable Speaker, which now they tend to assume, instead of putting, they would say they want to double account, Honorable Speaker. For example, you find that the money that was meant for locusts, some other counties, Honorable Speaker, also went to the county vote heads and voted for their own monies, Honorable Speaker. Let the counties be accountable. Let the counties prove financial prudence. And, Honorable Speaker, the Kenyan government will move forward. Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and I submit.
Member for Seme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the report on the mediated version of the county government additional allocations bill. Mr. Speaker, I support this because basically it is increasing flow of funds to the counties, and that's something we always support in all forms of ways. Sometimes we disagree politically, but we agree that the funds should go to the counties. So, Speaker, it gives room for additional funding for projects that we think should be supported by funds from the national government, like in the health sector, although some have not been used well, like in the MES, they have been used in education. So giving additional conditional grants, that's actually, that is a useful thing. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it also gives provision so that the counties can get grants and loans that come from our development partners that do not go directly in the divisional revenue bill. And that actually is an important, because the development of the country, when it comes from partners, should be seen to be actually supporting the country. In fact, perhaps that is where most of this support should go. So that's a good thing. Moreover, this bill actually has been expanded to also provide that we can have agreements between the counties and the development partners, although that has to pass through Parliament, this House. I think that's also an important thing. And it's also important that this is not a one-off, so that from time to time, we then will get a bill of this nature. If we said, as is indicated here, that this will be an annual bill that will come with the division of revenue bill, then obviously it means that every year after we have done during or after we have done the division of revenue, we look at areas that need support either from national government or from partners, and do that at the same time so that we don't have a delay. It also provides for equity. If we look at it carefully, we can then find out which counties are getting what on top of what they have given, we have given in the division of revenue bill. But, Mr. Speaker, it also belies a very important point, that when we are doing the division of revenue bill, when we have come from the budget policy statement, it means somehow we don't have enough information to know what the counties need, because that is the only way we quickly find out that there are some areas that were not catered for, and therefore we should cater for them. That's a good thing. In my view, and I've said this before, it calls on the functionality of IBEC, because it is at that point where there is actually discussion between the national government, the county government, and the Commission for Revenue Allocation. So, Speaker, that is the area where it should be clear way in advance before we look at the budget policy statement, before we go into the division of revenue bill, which areas need to be supported. So that in the long run, if we get that right, we may not even need this, because that should actually be carried immediately in the division of revenue bill. But as we progress, and in my view, devolution is actually work in progress. We are learning more and more. So I think with that, we get this bill to come annually. It will show us the direction on the additional support that the counties need. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support this report.
Member for Tigania West.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to this particular report, the mediation report on the county revenue sharing bill. Honourable Speaker, two of the main sources of funding for development are either loans or grants. Many countries committed themselves sometimes back to be giving us at least 0.7% of their national budget to development, as commitment to development of the developing countries. And that is why we have donor funding, sometimes which is in form of grant. If this was completely obeyed I think we would be having a lot more money. But as fortunes change, and as economics, the global economy changes, we have had a lot more of this going down. And therefore, we have not been having a commitment filled, as it were, post-1945 Second World War. Honourable Speaker, this bill comes in to guide the process through which we should allocate money to the counties. Honourable Speaker, there are many projects in this country which needed a bit of guidance. And most of these projects go directly to the county. The reason is most of the donors will demand to work directly with the beneficiaries. And in most cases, you realize that the beneficiaries are at the local level. And therefore, there is need for a mechanism to have these beneficiaries reached by the resources that they have given. The listing of the projects that are within this particular arrangement mainly fall in the productive sectors. Most of the productive sectors negotiate directly with the donors to get this money. And when they get this money, it is therefore used for development honoring. So this bill comes in to honor this particular process and to give guidance on how it can be done. For this financial year, the guidelines have been given carefully, and as per the mediation report, these guidelines are sound and they are credible in terms of how the money is going to be dispersed in different counties. One thing I would like to bring to the attention of the members of parliament, Honourable Speaker, is that over time, there has not been participation of the members of parliament in determining the priorities of what is supposed to be done with these donor-funded projects at the county level. In most cases, the members of parliament are avoided. And this is because the projects go directly to the counties. Therefore, in choosing the priorities, we do not become part and parcel. This particular provision has still not been put into this particular legislation so that we can also be able to participate or partner in this particular development. And it is an issue that needs to be debated in this House and brought in because the money is national government money and not necessarily county government money. But then it is recognized as such because of the demands of the donors, because the donors would demand that their money goes directly to the beneficiaries, directly from the ministries, the mother ministries, to the beneficiaries. Honourable Speaker, this particular provision or the bill comes in to also outline the processes that are supposed to be used to guide the management of these particular resources. In most cases, you realize that a ministry like agriculture, which does not have a lot of recognition in the national budget, commensurate to the importance of the ministry, has a lot of projects which are funded directly by the donors. And Honourable Speaker, having said that, it is also important for us to realize that some of the functions of the ministry are key and they need to be funded from our exchequer. I have in mind a function like research for development. And donors will not fund research for your own kind of thought-through development. Donors will fund research that they would like to contribute to their initiatives within our country. It is therefore very important for us to fund our research centers with money from exchequer. But to realize the situation in Kenya, Honourable Speaker, is that most of the research is funded by the donors. Most of the research work is funded by the donors. And this is always within the provisions of the project document or the definition of the project document. During the project design, some of these things are articulated and therefore they are captured as such. So I would like to propose that our government looks at that particular fundamental factor so that you can do research for development of our country based on our own perception and understanding of development, and not necessarily the donor-based research for development, which is programmatic in approach and also limited in scope in terms of developing this particular country. Honourable Speaker, I support adoption.
Member for Makwiny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill. And Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with Honorable Mutunga that a lot of times donors want to deal directly with the counties. Mr. Speaker, devolution is one of the most important phenomena in our constitution, and there is a lot of expectations from Kenyans that devolution will take development to the grassroots. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that's not what has happened. Up to now, about 9-10 years of devolution in Kenya, averagely 80 billion Kenyan shillings have gone to every county, and unfortunately, while about 1 billion shillings in the last 10 years have gone to the counties through CDF, just 1 billion per constituency, you will see a bigger difference, Mr. Speaker, than what the counties have done. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, that's how now the foreign donors came in to directly do a little bit of more funding in the counties, other than the normal funding, Mr. Speaker, we do through the national government and through division of revenue. Mr. Speaker, what has happened is that quite a number of projects have gone on in the counties, in different counties, funded differently from different donors according to the negotiations by different county governments. In the case of Makwiny, Mr. Speaker, we have a fruit processing plant, which at first was funded by the county government, estimated about 3 billion shillings. But when they were doing the processing equipment itself, I am aware that the European Union gave in an additional 100 million or so. But you can see, despite that combination, that particular plant has never really taken off and has not assisted the farmers as it was intended. Yet the national government, the county government, assisted by international organizations, have tried to make an input in it. Similarly, the USAID did a milk processing plant at a place called Kadunzweni, and similarly, it has not taken off as it was expected, although it was additional funding like the one we are discussing now. And somewhere in Makindu, some plant to process the green grams was put up, and again, up to today, you can see there is nothing much which has come out of it. What about trying to say, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, these funds have already gone to Makwiny County as an example, and they are supposed to have served the people and to have served the purpose of devolution. Funded by the county government's funds, the devolution money, and also funded by the international organization. The question arises, how then do you control the funding of these extra monies into the counties, and how do you account for it? Mr. Speaker, when it first came into different counties, and especially the monies for improvement of environment, you hardly see any serious projects there, small-time projects, and the environment now is very important because of climate change, and yet it's being implemented through the counties. And a lot of donors, Mr. Speaker, have come in to do this particular one, especially tree planting and such other initiatives, whereby the monies in the past have now not been properly accounted for. So then what would be the role of Senate in this, Mr. Speaker? When we come up with this legislation, how will the Senate monitor this? And you know, the work of Senate is to pull monies from the national government in relation to devolution and go to the counties to be able to serve the people there or supplement or improve what has not been sufficiently covered by the normal monies allocated to devolution. And Mr. Speaker, you realize that this law is going to improve this. We are going to have more accountability. Someone now is now going to follow up from the Auditor General's office. We really need to synchronize how the national government is funding, and bearing that we have borrowed money which comes into the budget, and then we have these grants. Some of them are conditional, some of them are just grants, and they go to the counties, and then they are never accounted for, Mr. Speaker. So I beg to support and urge members to support so that, Mr. Speaker, we can live the dream of devolution, which is in our constitution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Geshogo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the approval of the mediated version of the county government's additional allocation bill. And Mr. Speaker, I note that Kirinyaga County, from the grants that have been given, where I come from, will be benefiting from the total conditional grants for the national government revenue, about 297 million or thereabouts, with an additional conditional grant leasing of medical equipment of 153,297, which is actually across in all the counties. Mr. Speaker, these conditional grants, as one of my colleagues has contributed here, they ought to have some connection with the members of parliament so that we can see where we can also partner with the other sources or incomes or the monies that are usually allocated to the constituencies. Because these funds are usually supposed also to take care of the interests of our constituents because they also fall under the counties. Mr. Speaker, we've also noted as members of parliament, and as a resident of Kirinyaga, that some of these conditional grants sometimes take time. The county governments take sweet of their time before they start implementing projects. And sometimes they're also used for political expediency, because there are no particular oversight, no clear oversight structures that are usually laid out on how to spend this money. And Mr. Speaker, should be very clear when these projects are being implemented that the county government should clearly indicate that these projects are usually not or have not emanated from the normal budgetary allocations, and they should always be pegged and clearly marked as donor funds, so that people can know, people can be able to differentiate what is usually coming from the national, from the taxes, from the national government, from the taxes that they contribute, and monies that are usually through the donor funds. Mr. Speaker, we have seen projects that have been implemented by the national government through the donor funds, not through the county governments, being implemented in a very straight, very effective way. Like we have Kerogoya Kutu's bulk water project, which also serves as, which is also connected with the sewage system, which is directly implemented from the donor by the national government. And that project has really been fast-tracked, but other projects that actually been through the donations or the conditional grants to the county governments have been lagging behind. Mr. Speaker, it is time that us as registrators, me included, we should think through how these conditional grants from the national government revenue, we ought to have a legislation whereby we should have some stake, not necessarily to control the funds, but for follow-up purposes, to know that actually they have been implemented, because we as registrators are also involved in terms of the allocation. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support, and I support the bill, and I rest my contribution, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. There being no other member to contribute. No. You know, you can't be given twice on one. You know, no. I call upon the mover to reply. You know, you have to indicate by pressing your name. The Honorable Sankok.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We gave him a chance that he wasn't able to.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank honorable members, those who have contributed to this important motion. Honorable Speaker, as the National Assembly, we've listened to what members have said, and I really want to urge the Council of Governors, because this money is going to them, that once they get the money, some of the issues raised by the members here are issues to do with accountability, issues to do with the fair distribution of the resources when they get to the county. So my appeal to them is, even as they start now receiving the money, because once this bill is signed, the money will flow to them, the 39 billion, Honorable Speaker. They must make sure that Kenyans get value for money by providing services and goods to the Kenyans, so that we improve the standards of living of our people. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I reply.
Very well. Honourable members, for obvious reasons, will defer putting of the question and move to the next order.
Order number 9, the Elections Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2022, second reading.
Who was on this? As a Any member is at liberty there to. Bill, motion was moved and seconded and the question proposed, so it debates. Honorable Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Elections Amendment Bill 2012 as brought to the House, proposing various amendments to the Elections Act. And as a member of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, I confirm that we sat and went through this bill, and we confirmed that in spite of the fact that the election cycle has already kicked off, there are pertinent provisions of this act which we can apply even to the coming elections, such that we have made a provision that the commencement date of the amended law will be the date of gazettement. The reason I say so is that there is clamor in the country that the elections we hold have to be free and fair. And everybody is crying over this, that let us have credible elections where the loser is going to concede and the winner is going to be applauded. We do not wish to have tags of war, whether in the streets, whether in the courts, regarding elections, especially where it is contended that those elections are flawed. These election amendments are proposed principally by the IEBC, and the main purpose is to ensure that even the decisions of the courts, decisions that have been coming out from time to time as regards how we have conducted our elections in the past, are actually adhered to, and those decisions are anchored in statute law. And this is one reason I say these are good proposals that we should actually move and amend the laws as proposed. The Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs has also come up with the proposals to make further amendments, and I'm in total concurrence with those particular proposed amendments because, again, they are justified. There is justification to propose that we can make the proposed amendments better so that Kenyans from time to time have the assurance that they need that we have a good election law in place and that their elections they are just about to enter into will be credible, fair, just, and justifiable. For now, let me just make a few comments on the proposed further amendments by the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. The first one being that we are proposing that any Kenyan who is to go to a polling station will be at liberty to vote with either an ID card or a passport. The law says a passport. But having looked at the word passport alone, we know there are very many Kenyans that hold passports that are expired. And an expired passport in law is not a passport at all because it cannot be used anywhere. Even the banks would not accept it. This is why we have proposed that we will now have to use a valid passport. One that is current, one that is acceptable in law and can be used for all purposes, whether banking and including voting. We have also made further proposals that the registration of persons, when we want to register voters and that period has closed, the law provides that we cannot continue with voter registration until a by-election is conducted. However, we noted that that clause should only apply to constituencies or constituency where there is a by-election. The rest of the constituencies in the country are not affected by by-elections going on in the rest of the constituencies, and that limitation was actually limiting the rights of Kenyans. We have also made a proposal that when it comes to movement of voters, the voter transfers, we had actually raised very many limitations to that, to the effect that for you to transfer your vote, you ought to have either lived, carried on business, or been in that constituency for 6 months. We actually found that to be limiting to Kenyans. Let Kenyans be able to move at any time they want, from whatever constituency to wherever they want to go. Let them vote for whoever they want, because sometimes elections are actually similar to our religion. In Kenya, we have the freedom of religion through the freedom of association. And when it comes to your religion, you practice it without any hindrances. When it comes to elections too, let a Kenyan choose whoever they want to vote for, wherever they want to do it. There is no harm whatsoever to a Kenyan citizen in Garissa feeling that he or she wants to come to Tharaka to vote for me, and we do not have to put any limitations like you have to have been there for those 6 months or whatever period of time is being set by the law. And there are a raft of other amendments that are proposed, which in my view, they are good proposals, and we should actually carry them so that we make these election amendment laws to be good and useful to Kenyans. Those remarks I support.
The Honorable Nyenza Edith.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't wish to speak to this one, to the next one.
Very well. The Honorable Cheruyot Jesire, member for Baringo.
Member for Baringo. Member for Baringo. You have been called to speak.
Yeah, the Honorable just hold on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker,
the
sir.
Honorable Jesire, proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, sorry, I was consulting. And Mr. Speaker, I don't know, I'm not comfortable with bringing a new law at this time for elections. I don't know what is short in the current bill that make us bring this bill at this time. I'm not very sure if we need it now, Mr. Speaker, and I'm speaking my mind. And when I went through and perused, Mr. Speaker, I realized that one of the amendments that is really required and proposed by IBC is that the presiding officer becomes the final person in transmitting results from the polling station to the national office. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if this bill serves us well now. I come from a school of independent opinion. I don't feel like we should really struggle at this time when members are really more than a quarter of the members are at the ground there trying to struggle for nominations. It may not carry the opinions of the majority, and as a person who is going to go through these elections, Mr. Speaker, I oppose, unless I'm opposing, yes. I'm not supporting it, Mr. Speaker. Any amendment that is there, I'm not supporting it now until otherwise stated. But for as far as now stated is concerned, Mr. Speaker, I am not supporting any amendment in the current bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Church Uganya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the amendments to this bill, to this law by the committee. Mr. Speaker, while it may be too late in the day, I think if it will add value to our electioneering period or to the event that's supposed to happen in August, I don't see it will do any harm. The Speaker said it has gone through the due process. I'm sure the relevant committee of this House have done the necessary scrutiny of the bill, and they are having participation as well. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's the tradition of this House to support the work that are done by our parliamentary committees if we feel they have done their work well. So, Speaker, sir, in particular, I want to support this bill because it does allow Kenyans with valid passport or an identity card to go and vote wherever they are supposed to vote at the polling station of their choice, or rather where they are registered. In the past, you have to have a voter's card to do so, which is hard to come by sometimes. But the use of the ID card, I think, is the good way to go, and that's the way it's done in many other jurisdictions as well. ID card should be sufficient for one to be enabled to vote. I've also listened to the other amendments that the mover of the bill proposed. As far as I'm concerned, they are appropriate, and for that reason, I support the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Undo, member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Any amendments to the election law at this particular time needs to be looked at very, very carefully to ensure that it does not defranchise or literally harm any particular participants. And more so those who are contesting any elective posts, it is important that we take a keen eye. A person like my friend Sanko can afford to look elsewhere because he's not affected in any way. Honorable Speaker, the Election Amendment Bill 2022 basically looks at to tidy up some definitions, some changes of terminology, and runs through all throughout. For example, Honorable Speaker, we are looking at now, instead of the nomination that we normally take our nomination papers to IBC before the election, we are now looking at registration of a candidate. Honorable Speaker, the vogue term now doing round most countries at the party level is normally party primaries, probably at the option time at the committee of the whole House, instead of the definition of nomination given in clause 2 of the bill. We could actually look at party primaries and expand that definition so that we encounter or put into place what we talked about in the actual political parties bill, so that we synchronize everything. Honorable Speaker, then as I said, most of these are basically issue of terminologies and the rest. However, Honorable Speaker, I want to spend a little of time to look at clause 20 that seeks to amend section 39 of the Election Act. Honorable Speaker, it gives a systematic chronology of the process of transmitting results from the polling center or polling station all the way to the National Tallying Center, and specifically, Honorable Speaker, deals with the issue of the presidential election. Honorable Speaker, due to the clout and the clamor of the office of the President and being the symbol of unity of the Republic of Kenya, and coming with the fact that quite a number of key functions are retained in the national government, the office of the presidency is becoming a hotly contested office, and therefore whoever ends up being the winner of that particular office needs to be somebody who has been elected in the most democratic manner in a free and fair election. Honorable Speaker, looking at the past elections under the new Constitution of 2010, they have all ended up in a court petition in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has made ruling. In the 2013, they made a ruling, even though they faulted the process. 2017, a ruling was made, and the election were nullified purely on the basis of transmission of the election results. We do believe that the Commission IBC and the committee JLAC has had a very sober and in-depth review of this provision under Clause 20 to ensure that the process is credible and the process is as timely as it can be, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the way the country is zoned or prepared, we look at the constituency level, and probably it might be important that the collected results at the constituency level ought to be the results to be transmitted at the National Tallying Center so that we are so sure that we avoid too much congestion in the system. Honorable Speaker, I find it extremely difficult, Honorable Speaker, to require that the person must physically be present to deliver the results. Honorable Speaker, all of us know, unless you are flying, traveling all the way from Mandera, Eluak, all the far end, it takes several days. And that's why you find quite a number of our colleagues from Northeastern rarely ever go to their constituency. They run their constituency from Isili. So, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, so therefore it is important that we look at this particular point very clearly to avoid a situation whereby the declaration of the presidential result will be unnecessarily delayed simply because of transport challenges and those kind of things.
Just hold on, the Honorable Undo. The Honorable Getty, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, there's some utterances that cannot go unchallenged. The Honorable Member is in order to say Northeastern MPs run their constituencies from Isli when he knows that the members of this House go to their constituencies, I included, Mr. Speaker. Can he substantiate and bring proof, Mr. Speaker, or withdraw and apologize? Or can he exclude me, the women rep, Mr. Speaker, everybody? I included, Mr. Speaker. He knows very well. I hosted him in my constituency, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Getty, you've made your point. You've made your point.
I hosted him in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, and he knows the work I've done for my people, Mr. Speaker, including all the members of Parliament from Northeastern who work for their people. They don't operate.
Allow the Speaker to deal with it now. You've made your point. The Honorable Oundo, that was uncalled for. Absolutely. Please withdraw it and apologize.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
In the constituencies, and they represent those constituencies.
For the benefit of national unity.
Unless you have substance, the Honorable Undo, do not cast aspersions on how other members run their constituencies. These are elected members of this House.
Honorable Speaker, in the interest of national unity and for the benefit of our colleagues from that region, I reservedly withdraw and apologize. It was no harm meant, it was a pun. Honorable Speaker, as I continue, Honorable Speaker, as I was saying, some areas are far-flung. It takes a long time to travel to the National Tallying Center, which presumably will be Nairobi. Waiting for the physical appearance of the presiding officer, Honorable, or the returning officer, Honorable Speaker, will delay the announcement of the proclamation of the results. We must find a way where we can expeditiously return the forms to the National Tallying Center so that we are able to deliver or declare who is the winner of a presidential election. A delay in declaring a presidential election, Honorable Speaker, brings a lot of anxiety to the country and to the supporters, and is a precursor for any violence, post-election violence. Honorable Speaker, the second issue that I need to look at is Clause 21(2), which calls for the Commission shall make regulations for the better carrying into effect the provisions of this section. Honorable Speaker, we have less than 5 months to the election. Any regulation made by the Commission must be approved by the committee, by this Parliament, through the Committee of Delegated Legislation. I'm at pain to understand how that is possible. It will be done so that we actualize the amendments we have made here. Is it that we are going to go into an election whereby the act as amended will not be operational for lack of regulations, or how are we going to navigate this minefield? So I hope, Honorable Speaker, in the amendments being proposed by the committee of JLAC, they have dealt with this matter to ensure that we are able to deal with it at a particular time. Honorable Speaker, when you look at clause 22, 1A, that introduces 1A on clause section 77, an electoral dispute under subsection 1 shall be lodged with the commission within 48 hours. Honorable Speaker, for any claim or any appeal to be heard, it must be presented with evidence. I'm at pain to understand how you can collect evidence and lodge within 48 hours after the so-called party registration process. Indeed, this is a matter that needs to be opened up because it's critical, because this could be the last option you have before your name appears on the ballot paper. It is indeed that important that we give an extended period of time to allow any appellant, any victim, or any aggrieved person to gather adequate evidence to ensure that whatever appeal they lodge it has got some merit and can withstand any judicial process. Finally, Honorable Speaker, when you look at section 20, clause 23, they have made a capping that any appeal, any petition arising out of the election at the county assembly will only end at the High Court. Honorable Speaker, I'm not so sure whether this is really in the best interest of the litigants or it's a matter to avoid unnecessary waste of court time, court moment. However, Honorable Speaker, indeed we should allow, like all other petitions, a county assembly seat as important because it holds a very important role under devolution, should be allowed to go all the way to the Court of Appeal, just like those ones of the National Assembly and the Senate. Honorable Speaker, all of us are interested in having credible and fair elections. Any attempt to do the same is most welcome, but we should never introduce any bottlenecks in the election process to avoid a situation where people feel aggrieved. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
The Honorable Mutunga, member for Tigania West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the Elections Amendment Bill at 2022. Honorable Speaker, there's changes in circumstances warrant that we need to revise the rules of the game. It's therefore coming at the right time, and it's therefore applicable that we do the appropriate revision. Honorable Speaker, the credibility of the elections is key, and therefore we need to guide the elections very, very, very well. It's a very expensive affair, and this content can bring in a lot of problems, and therefore it is important for us to guide an election process. Honorable Speaker, for the IMBC to have proposed this particular amendment, to come up with this legislative proposal, they must have, among other things, realized that there's some mischief that needs to be cured before the general election. That's why, Honorable Speaker, it is satisfying and gratifying to understand that before the elections, this bill would have been assented into law. Honorable Speaker, further amendments by the committee have informed us that the bill has been properly looked into. The committee has looked at the bill, bearing in mind that they are also affected as much as it will affect any person in this country who will be vying for any particular seat. Therefore, the committee members have given us the comfort that the bill is in good shape and it will support everyone. And therefore, it complies with the general requirements in terms of integrity, ensuring integrity of the election process and the integrity of the conveyancing system, the integrity of the management of the election itself. Honorable Speaker, the proposal to use the ID and also the passport and not the Unduma number is key because many people have not gotten their Unduma number, although the intention to have the Unduma number is understood to have harmonized the many numbers that somebody has, and therefore it could have been, considered as an appropriate, identification means to be used. However, to stick to the identity card, which is popularly understood by most of the Kenyans, and or the passport, which is also should be it should not have expired, I think it is good to stick to that. Honourable Speaker, the transfer of votes from one part of the country to another was the provision that people should not register in places where they have not been for 6 months, I think was not in very good faith. People change, Honourable Speaker, based on various circumstances, based on convictions, based on their own interest, and based on many other issues. People can even change the very last minute. And that is why we are saying that this bill comes in to correct that particular mischief, to enable us and to enable voters to register where they feel is best for them and where they feel they will have the best satisfaction in as far as that is concerned. Honourable Speaker, having seen that, I would like to note that the law is made in very good faith, and it is therefore good for us to support this particular legislation to come into being the shortest time possible. I do support. Thank you.
The honorable member for Makwiny. Maanzo Dan.
Another one? Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me an opportunity to discuss this very important bill. Mr. Speaker, an election law is very sensitive, and when I looked at this act and the previous act, Mr. Speaker, I came to the conclusion that although this was proposed by the IBC, it could be of a legislation, Mr. Speaker, on things which are already settled and which have already been practiced since 2011 and have been useful. Mr. Speaker, the only new useful thing I've seen is whereby when it comes to the county election petitions, Mr. Speaker, the High Court becomes the final court in determination of that county election, such that it does not bother the High Court, the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court. And Mr. Speaker, that's an improvement, as I've seen, because there was no law limiting that, and an MCA could petition all the way to the Supreme Court and take a lot of time of the court unnecessarily. That could be an improvement, but mainly whatever has been introduced here, Mr. Speaker, and although the Committee on Justice was unanimous that this is good law, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of repetition, and it has to bear in mind of the recent political parties law we passed in this House and went to the court, went to be approved by the Senate. Mr. Speaker, this will also follow the same process. So I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, whether we have time to debate this law here, pass it here, take it to the Senate in the middle of nominations, have it approved by the Senate, probably some mediation, and then before the House adjourns and die, end up to the President for signature. If it were to be expedited and that would be achieved, then it means there is a little bit of interest with this particular law. I have seen, Mr. Speaker, this law has tried to reiterate it is worth noting that Section 83 of the Elections Act 2011, which deals with the nullification of an election, was declared unconstitutional in the Katiba Institute case, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, some suggestions were made in that particular unconstitutionality, and probably there was a proposal, Mr. Speaker, to improve that for subsequent elections, hence necessitating this amendment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm just wondering why it has taken so much time for it to arrive now when it is time for election. And how do you synchronize this with the new political parties amendment bill and the new definition be posted here, Mr. Speaker, about what is a nomination and the registration of a candidate? Mr. Speaker, they mean one and the same thing. And in fact, right now, political parties are in the process of preparing for nominations. My political party, Wiper, has had meetings today in relation to the same. Tomorrow we'll meet all its candidates who want to go for nominations. So, Mr. Speaker, the process has begun, and these nominations are going to go on 19th of this month. And I believe different other political parties, including ODM, which is a very vibrant political party, and whose nomination ticket is highly coveted, more coveted than even in UDA, as they have claimed. How do you handle this, Mr. Speaker, which is already working now, and it's work in progress? And although this came from IBC, how are we going to make sure that then this law is used usefully now? I think, Mr. Speaker, this law will be used in subsequent elections, but not this particular election. If it moves very fast and catches up with this particular election, probably some of the information and material and the practice in this will be useful. Mr. Speaker, I participated in the last two presidential election petitions as the Supreme Court, as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. The second one, which was successful, the biggest problem was revealing the information in the server, which was not revealed. And it goes back to what is now being introduced in this law, that, Mr. Speaker, the presiding officer in a police station becomes a final determinant of that police station as to what is the total sum of the electoral count, and is immediately wired to the tallying center. Mr. Speaker, I think we have given too much power to the wrong person, a presiding officer. The right person is the returning officer of that constituency. And within the constituencies, that particular constituency, it is easy to get the sum, and it's easy to have the returning officer accountable. But now we are making a presiding officer accountable. Then if you are going to sue, even, it means you are going to include that presiding officer as part of the suit, Mr. Speaker. So it really brings in a lot of work. I don't think this IBC thought clearly. I don't think our committee of JLAC thought what it is, and we have a lot of election petition practitioners there, including my good friend Kaluma and TJ Kajwang. They understand this very well. So it begins increasing the number of people you sue, because the returning officer is one of the determinants. And therefore, suppose that particular person wires the wrong information, and that, bearing on the magnitude of an election. Suppose then we have several errors planned in many police stations in the country. Mr. Speaker, even the Supreme Court will have difficulties determining who won the election, Mr. Speaker. And that is a risk for chaos in the country. So I thought when it goes to third reading, Mr. Speaker, we must really purify and clean up this law and be practical, be systematic, so that, Mr. Speaker, we don't end up with a law which is impossible to implement, and which the returning officer, we are talking of just a few 120 days or thereabout to the next election, August 9th, this could really give us a challenge. And I don't think proper justification was given by IBC, and I'm usually one of the members of parliament who really want IBC to function, and want IBC to be practical, want IBC to be useful to this country, because it is so key into our election, Mr. Speaker. That affects the presidential count, and also affects the county results. Remember last time we had quite a number of election petitions for governors, and they end up in a lot of, contention, Mr. Speaker. Some of them went even up to Supreme Court out of some of these issues because of the 54%, Mr. Speaker, which was very prevalent. And in the case of the Machakos County gubernatorial petition, Mr. Speaker, you remember the High Court approved it, but the Court of Appeal overturned it, Mr. Speaker. Then when it went to Supreme Court, again it went back to the position of the High Court. But you could see, Mr. Speaker, you could see what was the problem was the collection of data and what was happening at the police stations. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in fact, there were extra police stations which had never been gazetted or did not belong to IBC, hence the way the results ended up. And even opening up the ballot boxes became a challenge, Mr. Speaker, because they had already been interfered with the storage, And I believe this is what IBC was trying to cure, these processes, because IBC has participated in all these election petitions and is aware what happens. So it is difficult, Mr. Speaker, to find out what mystery, what mischief are we trying to cure in this law. Is it just a law for the sake of IBC say we amended an act after 10 years? Mr. Speaker, I think a third reading, we really have to scrutinize this law, and we have very good lawyers in this house, I believe, so that we give the country something very good so that the best candidate wins and the rest are certified. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
The Honorable Manzo, I think you have spoken to something that is very important, and I hope the Honorable TJ, who is sitting in as the anchor for that committee, has noted it and will be able to deal with it as we go along. Because all of us, you have participated in those petitions, and you know the returning officer in the constituency is quite vital. So if we are going to spread it all the way to the presiding officer, to be held clearly accountable. I don't know. But I hope you have listened to what he has said, but I think he has a point there that needs to be cleared. The Honorable Ole Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also inject my voice on this very important bill of the Election Amendment Bill 2012 of National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, but from the onset, I oppose. Because, Honorable Speaker, I don't understand who is chasing who and what is the urgency. Honorable Speaker, we are just from the political parties amendment bill. We are approximately 122 days to the general election. Honorable Speaker, is IBC bringing amendments so that they can have an excuse as to why they did not conduct a free and fair election, because these amendments were done while they were prepared using the old act? Honorable Speaker, we must be it is a process. And if you change the rules of the game midway, Honorable Speaker, you will have a lot of excuses as to why some players played it rough, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, to me, unless this bill is meant for the election of 2027, if it is meant for the election that is due in 120 days, Honorable Speaker, then it is not attainable in the first place if it has to go through the normal channel of a normal bill. But if it become a normal bill that is being pushed down the throat of the National Assembly and bulldozed the way BBI was done, Honorable Speaker, then we are risking. And this is not the time to have anything that will raise temperatures during this time that we are just a few days to the election. Honorable Speaker, particularly when it talk about transfer of voters, you know, Honorable Speaker, there must be a reason. There must have been a reason that voters can only transfer their voting rights if they stayed in that constituency for more than 6 months, Honorable Speaker, because they must understand who they want to elect. It's about development. It is about track records. You can't tell me that you are from Turkana and now you know the track record of those who are contesting in Peketoni in 2 days. It's not possible, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this one also may disadvantage some small communities, some tribes, Honorable Speaker, which the Constitution had counties and constituencies to safeguard their interests so that they can have their representation in this house. I can take an example, Honorable Speaker, of Narok North constituency, which borders Nakuru, Honorable Speaker. Or even better still, a constituency of Kajiado North, Honorable Speaker. What will happen if today we decide that we have two communities, one living in the other county that is not cosmopolitan, and another one living in a county that is fairly cosmopolitan, like Narok? You can decide, since the other county that have only one tribe will eventually end up with a leader from that tribe, to transfer all the voters to the other constituency to have a voting masses or age or numbers to be able to vote for your tribesman. Honorable Speaker, this one, transfer of voters, there must have been a reason for limiting the transfer of voters to be able to have stayed in that place for more than 6 months, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have also to be genuine that we are over-legislating. We have laws in place. We have laws that govern election. It is only that we contest the apex of the election, Honorable Speaker. There is competition in the position of a MCA. We don't fight. There is competition in the election of members of parliament, senators, women rep, and governors. We don't fight, Honorable Speaker. So if we think we are curing post-election violence because of having this election bill, Honorable Speaker, then I'm sorry, it will not cure. Because, Honorable Speaker, why is it only one that is contested? Why was BBI all about curing that one position, sharing of power in that one position, creating a prime minister position so that we can massage the ego of the loser, while there are so many losers in county assemblies? There are so many losers, members of parliament. You defeated your competitors, and you did not share powers with them. You did not share salaries with them. You came this house alone. But when it comes to the apex of leadership, we are trying to over-legislate. And I can say without fear of contradiction that it may not even be all Kenyans or all competitors. Because the only time that we had disputed election was 1997, 2007, 2013, and 2017. And there is a name that did not miss in those elections. There is a name, which I can say without fear of contradiction is the single denominator of violence. In 2007, miss, we did not have any post-election violence. So, Honorable Speaker, to be genuine,
The Honorable
to be genuine.
The Honorable Sankok?
Yes.
You will have to withdraw that bit about the denominator of violence.
Okay.
Please.
So, I withdraw and apologize, but there have been post-election violence in 1997, 2007, 2013, 2017. And there must be something that caused, because in 2002, we did not have any post-election violence. We had the transfer.
The Honorable
we had a change of regime.
Just hold on, the Honorable
Okay,
Sankok.
thank you.
Just hold on.
Honorable Speaker, despite the fact that we have asked Honorable Sankok to withdraw some line of argument that seems to have no basis at all, he seems to have continued in the same line of argument, which surely is again disrespectful to the office of the Speaker. And secondly, probably, Honorable Speaker, he could be suffering from selective memory. He remembers there was 1992, we had post-election violence, and I wonder why he's selecting a few and not selecting all of them. Indeed, it is the tragedy of our Kenyan politics. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Sankok, it is a right of every contestant in every election, whether it is for this assembly or for any other election, if they feel aggrieved, to petition, to challenge. It is a constitutional right for any of those. So let us limit.
Honorable Speaker, I don't deny constitutionality of appealing a disputed election, but I am against post-election violence as a result of rejection of the outcome of election. And thank you very much, Professor Undo, for reminding me that in 1992 we also had post-election violence. So those I had forgotten, but you also be assured who rejected the outcome of the election. You will trace to whatever I'm saying. So anyway, Honorable Speaker, let us not over-legislate to try and cure a problem that does not exist. That is what I'm simply saying. Because if you watch Kenyans before election announcement, election results announcement, Honorable Speaker, they stay together, they marry each other, they borrow sugar from each other, they have companies together, they do business together, but only after the announcement of the outcome of the election and the subsequent rejection of the outcome of the election. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm just trying to implore this House, let us not over-legislate. Transmission of results, Honorable Speaker, because the nullification of election in 2017 was simply because of transmission, not because of the numbers, not because the winner was not known, but because of the process of transmitting these results from point A to point B. I think if I have to support even a little bit, then I support that part. Honorable Speaker, I reject this bill because there is nothing at all to mention the 6.5 million Kenyans with disability on their voting rights. So, Honorable Speaker, some of them are not accessible to the voting station. They are not accessible to the print media, Honorable Speaker. So I reject this bill in totality.
Very well. Honorable Sankok, you will note that these elections that we speak about, the aspirations of Kenyans, of every Kenyan, are carried on these elections. And the people who are elected into these positions, they have certain, the elections have a certain way of dividing the national cake really across the country. So the different offices attract different attentions from different citizens. So that is why they are emotive. And sometimes people will react in certain ways. And that's why we should really be careful about what we say in regard to the contestants in for these elections. So let us just try to be magnanimous to all these aspirants, because you will have your choice. Somebody else will have their choice for different reasons. But we must be careful to keep the country together so that all of us can have a country to live in. So we shall now have the Honorable Mwakuona Mwashako, member for Wundanyi.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa nafasi ya kuunga mkono sheria ya uchaguzi ya mwaka 2022. Mheshimiwa Spika, Bunge la Kitaifa liko na majukumu ya kuangazia kwamba sheria zilizoko na zile ambazo zinahitaji kufanywa marekebisho zinafanywa marekebisho wakati wowote. Na kwamba mwenzangu Mheshimiwa 001 nominee 001 ametaja kwamba wakati huu wa kufanyia ambapo tunaelekea uchaguzi si wakati mwafaka wa kubadilisha sheria ya uchaguzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kusema ya kwamba mawazo hayo si mawazo sawa, kwa sababu tunafanya ama tutaketi vikao mpaka mwezi wa 6, na hata kama itakuwa imebaki siku moja, Mheshimiwa Spika, ya kusitisha vikao vyetu na uchaguzi utakuwa umebaki pengine miezi miwili, bado kama kuna jambo litakalo kuja katika mawazo ama katika Bunge la Kitaifa ambalo litawezesha uchaguzi ufanyike katika hali ambayo ni shwari zaidi, hali ambayo itakuwa ya wazi zaidi, basi tutakuwa ni sawa kabisa kufanya marekebisho hayo. Mheshimiwa Spika, sheria hii ambayo tunaunga mkono leo imekuja kwa wakati wa sawa. Mara nyingi ukimbilia hakuna haja Mheshimiwa Spika ifike mwezi wa 8 tarehe 9 alafu kwanza tuende uchaguzi na maswali ama na dukuduku ambazo hazijaangaziwa wakati ambapo bunge liko na nafasi ya kuketi. Mheshimiwa Spika, sheria hii imeweza kueleza kinagaubaga kwamba mpigaji kura mahali popote nchini akitaka kubadilisha eneo lake la kupiga kura, basi anaruhusiwa iwapo tu ataweka maombi katika commission ya IBC ya uchaguzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukumbuke tu kwamba tumetoka katika wakati wa kufanya ile wanaita enhanced voter registration kimombo. Wananchi wengi walitaabika sana kubadilisha sehemu zao za kupiga kura. Manake ilistahili kwamba mtu aende pale na basi ameishi sehemu zile kwa muda wa miezi 6 kabla ya kuomba kubadilisha kituo cha kupiga kura. Mheshimiwa Spika, wananchi wengi ama Wakenya wengi wamefanya kuwa wamesafiri. Kwanza tukikumbuka kwamba tumetoka katika janga la COVID-19 ambapo watu wengi walihama makao yao wakarudi mashambani, lakini unaporudi mashambani unaenda kubadilisha kura unaambiwa hujakaa hapa miezi 6. Yule chifu wa eneo lile anakataza watu fulani wasibadilishe kura. So sheria hii Mheshimiwa Spika inafanya urahisi wa mambo haya. Pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, sheria hii imesema kwa urahisi tu kwamba basi ukitaka kujitambulisha kwa kupiga kura basi unahitaji tu kitambulisho na ama pasipoti ambayo iliyo sawa. Na hili ni jambo nzuri ambapo kulikuwa na wasiwasi ya mataharuki Kenya nzima. Wengine walidhania kwamba na huduma namba zitatumika ndio uweze kupiga kura. Mheshimiwa Spika, sheria hii inafanya mambo hayo yakuwe wazi. Lakini pia Mheshimiwa Spika, tunajua hizi kwa kizungu wanaita appeals. Wakati kura zinapopita tunakuwa na changamoto sana wakati kila jambo ama kila appeal kutoka kwa mwaniaji katika mwaniaji ama yule ambaye hajaridhika kama member wa county assembly bado akituma appeal yake ama akilalamika kwa koti, mambo haya yanachukua muda mrefu sana, maana lazima iende tena mpaka kwa koti ya juu. Lakini leo hii sheria hii inaeleza kwa urahisi tu kwamba kama ni bunge la county ama kama ni mmoja ambao yule mwaniaji wa wodi akiwa na malalamishi baada ya uchaguzi, basi maamuzi yale yafanyike katika koti ya chini, ambapo ni swala nzuri kumaanisha kwamba mambo haya yatasuluhishwa kwa urahisi. Alafu mahakama ya juu ibaki tu kuangazia zile malalamishi ya wale ambao hawajaridhika kutoka ngazi ya kitaifa ambapo ni mbunge na kwenda juu. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naunga mkono sheria hii 100% na isijulikane tu na nchi nzima kwamba bunge la kitaifa atakana kila mara tunapogundua kwamba sheria ina matatizo huenda ikatuzuia tusifikie malengo ya nchi, basi hata kama ni siku gani tuna ruhusa ama tuna uwezo wa kikatiba wa kubadilisha sheria ile. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono sheria hii. Asante.
Very well. The Honorable Gishimo, member for Gishugu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, while it might not be the right time for amendment of the elections laws, Mr. Speaker, I seek to array fears from some of the members because this law can only be applicable where it is possible. Because if the electoral cycle has already started tickling, then in areas that the law will be applicable, then it will be applied accordingly. But in instances that the electoral cycle or areas that the law will have already been overtaken by events can only be applied or can only be applicable after the law comes into effect, and it might not affect any process that may have started. May I also array the fears from Honorable Oundo of Funyula and Honorable Maanzo that the committee might also have picked a few things that they've commented. Mr. Speaker, the committee, the Jailer Committee, was only a lead committee of this parliament. This law will eventually be made by the entire the entire House, and they still have an opportunity to bring in any amendments that they feel will add value to the law, and this is the opportunity. We're only doing the second reading debate, so that at the appropriate time during the committee of the whole House, those views can be ventilated, and they are very, very much welcome. And also appreciating that this is not a bill that emanated from the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. We are just the lead committee. It emanated from the leader of the majority, the government business. But we welcome, as members of the Jailer Committee, any views that will enrich the bill. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, I am supporting this bill because it's giving clarity in some very, very pertinent areas. The one nomination has been interchangeably been used before on matters, party nominations, and also on the registration of candidates for elections by the IEBC. This bill seeks to clear or to give that differentiation that nomination will only apply. Initially, it was a bit confusing that nominations was applying to party nominations and IEBC. With that clarity now, it will not be confusing anymore. Mr. Speaker, also, the transmission of results has been clearly been put now into law. Initially, it was a bit ambiguous and left to the administrative action of the IEBC. Now that the law is very clear, any dispute that arises, and especially on presidential elections, can now be easily tackled, having followed the process of transmission of the results that has been clearly been put under the current, the amendments to this law. Another issue that we supported as a committee is to remove the limitation of transfer of votes. Every Kenyan has a right to vote for anybody in this country, anywhere, and there should be no limitation whatsoever. And in the wisdom of the committee, we felt that the proposal to restrict a voter to very stringent, by placing very stringent requirements for one to transfer a vote was actually unconstitutional, because that limits the freedom and the right to have or to choose or to elect a leader of one's choice. And Mr. Speaker, the clarification of the use of the documents that are, for the documents that are supposed to use for elections has also been brought very clearly, because when sometimes interpretation of a passport, someone might think a document that is in possession, even if it's an expired one, can be used to vote. And there has been a confusion, and people have sometimes been using expired passports to vote. And having brought that clarity that it must be a valid passport, because once you are issued with an ID card, that card is permanently valid unless if it is lost and replaced. But for the passport, it expires within a certain period of time. And with that clarity now, someone who goes to vote with an expired passport will not have or will not be qualified to vote. So, Mr. Speaker, without belaboring much on this law, which clearly seeks to streamline a few things, and because law is a living document, any law is a living document and can be amended any time. And I believe this is was the right time to amend the law, but to be only applicable in areas that will be able to fit in the current electoral cycle. Like the issue of transmission, it is not limited by time. That will only be done after people vote. The issue of making it clear for the nominations and other few areas that have already been stimulated by the law will find their way into the current electoral cycle and will be useful to avoid any dispute that might arise, and especially on the presidential presidential vote transmission. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support. Thank you.
Well, the Honorable Boy, Member for Kathiani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I also rise to support the Election Amendment Bill of 2022. Speaker, there has been a lot of disputes, like my colleague, the Honorable Sankok, alluded to, almost every electoral cycle, particularly on the matters on the election for the president, but also all other elective positions. Every single electoral cycle is marred with a lot of conflicts, and most of them, of course, end up in court. Once in a while, it ends up in the streets with post-election violence. And so really, it is important that we take these matters to do with elections very seriously. You know, in Kenya, sometimes these elections are probably a matter of life and death, because if poorly handled immediately after the elections, the post-election violence claims a lot of lives, claims people's property, and also slows down the economy, because when we hit the streets, or when those that are disgruntled hit the streets, it means nothing positive happens. The economy comes to a shutdown, people close their shops, people don't go to offices. So it's really, a very, very serious matter. So, Speaker, we must get it right. We must get the issue of elections right. So when I listen to colleagues saying that maybe sometimes it is too late or it is too early, I think it is something that we must do continuously. It's something that we must address all the time to ensure that we finally get this right, so that we can move our election management to a system like the way it is handled in other countries, where people get nominated for positions, vie, and those that win take the leadership, and those that lose go home, because they know the processes have not been abused. Speaker, you know, we ended up even at the ICC, the International Criminal Court, because of the management of elections. So I want to support the IEBC in trying to ensure that they get it right this time. But I would like to caution IEBC, because we have seen that there has been problems to do with electoral laws that we've put up. We have a clear timetable of when elections start, but we have people that start campaigning immediately after an election. And that's clearly against the laws, because if there is a timetable for elections that they put up, anyone that is going out campaigning when it is not, that time hasn't reached, should actually be cautioned and stopped. And Speaker, I'm saying this because the IEBC continues in office for 5 years. They're not there just to handle one election. They are there to ensure that they guide the processes and the management of elections and everything that is concerned with elections. We've seen people going around, I would say, almost, bribing voters for the last, 2, 3, 4 years. And Speaker, it is only just towards the tail end, when the elections are around the corner, that IBC starts calling out people and saying you're doing early campaigns and cautioning them. And you saw when they started now trying to bite, they were suddenly told by the courts they don't even have jurisdiction. Maybe they needed to have done this immediately after the election so that they would know what they can do and what they cannot. So, Mr. Speaker, I do support. Now, right now, what the IBC have done is they've tried to improve the processes. One, in making sure that the voter identification is done in a proper manner. So they've indicated here that other than the ID card, one can use a passport, but it has to be valid. That's critically important. They've also tried to align this law with the recently proposed and actually passed Political Parties Act. So they are trying to clear the definitions of what a nomination is, what registration of candidates is, and clearly to try and define the roles of IBC versus ORPP. So I think that's really something that they've done properly. And of course, not to forget that now that ORPP is involved in dealing with nomination rules and dealing with membership lists for party registers, they now have connected and are asking that these lists be submitted to them from the ORPP. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the presidential elections, first and foremost, we must address the matter of how does the media get the results. You know, that has always been one of the major bones of contention, because we've seen situations where the media starts picking results from some centers, circulates these results very quickly all over their media, and people start celebrating too early. And you know, an election for a president, we are talking about 1,450 wards, and the polling stations are in their thousands. So it's really something that will take a long time before you can make a decision of who has won. But when they start transmitting through the media too early, it creates some anxiety, which ends up becoming a problem when maybe those results are overturned. So I'm happy that they've tried to deal with the issues that were raised by the Supreme Court in the last election dispute, because now they have tried to indicate how the presiding officers will handle the transmission of results by forwarding the results electronically directly to the National Tallying Center, and also delivering the physical copies to the constituency tallying centers, so that the returning officer can therefore forward again those results electronically to the National Tallying Center and carry the physical copies and take them. And then again, they have also indicated that the results will be announced after tallying and ensuring that the results from all polling stations, or most polling stations, are there. And they will be using the polling station results to announce. That is critical, because people must know that when you go and vote and the results are announced at the polling station, those results are the ones that are final. Those are the ones that will tally to a winner or a loser, either at the MCA level, at the constituency level, at the county level, or even at the national level. So it's critically important that people understand that. Mr. Speaker, I have a concern on the proposal by the IEBC that the decision of the High Court on the election of MCAs, if there is a dispute, becomes final. I don't know whether it is constitutional. I don't know whether that could be taken to court and challenged, because I don't know whether we can make a law limiting the rights of members of county assembly. I don't know. But if it were possible, and if it is not unconstitutional, obviously it helps to free the courts so that they can be able to handle other cases from other levels, because MCAs are there is members of parliament, there is members of county assembly, there is senators, there is, you know, all those are, all those women reps, all those people require the attention of the court during this time of dispute. So I think if it is not unconstitutional, it will be a good idea, because it will free the courts to be able to handle other matters. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I want to say let's improve our electoral laws, and let us do it even if up to the last day. I support.
Finally, the Honorable Kaluma Opondo, member for Homa Bay, who is the final on my list, as the mover prepares to reply.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, election is a process, and my position is that the election process for 2022, in terms of general elections, is already on. Honorable Speaker, that brings me to say that saving the redefinition of nomination as registration of candidates to align it with the Political Parties Act, or limiting the extent to which MCAs who are aggrieved can take up petitions. Honorable Speaker, this bill can only be supported with very many substantial amendments. Honorable Speaker, maybe in terms of bringing coalition political parties, this bill becomes relevant in addition to the issues I've mentioned. But Honorable Speaker, we are in the electoral season. And I wanted to say that unless a law concerning election is so critical to the process, we do not need to bother with them. Honorable Speaker, we are being told that we need to add valid before passport to make the electoral process or IEBC understand the kind of passport which can be used in election. Honorable Speaker, in good legislative process, you don't use adjectives. A passport is a passport and it has to be valid. You don't put words like valid, legitimate to make it complete. Everybody knows an expired passport is no passport, Honorable Speaker. So we cannot be engaging in legislation concerning elections at this time to define things like that. Honorable Speaker, we have provisions being suggested, like IEBCs to establish systems for live transmission of election results. Does IEBC run a media? We already have provisions on freedom of the press and freedom of access to information. In my view is that those media houses, whenever they want any results, they can approach IEBC and they'll be relayed. Or IEBC can be recorded and transmitted when they are releasing the results. When you obligate IEBC to establish mechanisms for live transmission, Honorable Speaker, are you saying IEBC is going to establish some media to do this, or how do we want to achieve it? Then, Honorable Speaker, in the same provision, you're being told that various courts had come up with some judgments. We don't sit as Parliament, Honorable Speaker, to legislate court decisions. If there are judgments, Honorable Speaker, they are already in place, and whatever they say is known to IEBC, and IEBC should implement them. But we cannot be sitting as a Parliament to be saying, in Maina Kiai, this was said, we put it in law. There is the realm of law, Honorable Speaker, called judge-made law. And in terms of the electoral processes, those judgments we say are good, are part of the laws in terms of case law, judgment law. But we cannot sit to say we are deciphering judgment and picking out phrases to legislate so that we are in conformity with some court. So no major gap is being told to us in that regard. We are being told this judgment, read that judgment. Honorable Speaker, we are even being told that after the court, I think the High Court in some matter, deleted some provisions of the law, those provisions are still available for deletion. If you look at the bill, we are deleting provisions which were annulled by the court. Honorable Speaker, when a law is annulled, it ceases existence. There is no further work required of Parliament in terms of cleansing it. In law, Honorable Speaker, and you are a better lawyer on governance or administrative law than me, when something is said to be null and void, it is as good as it doesn't exist. It never falls back on this Parliament to say, now the court said, provisions of section 39, 1B is null and void, delete. Provisions of sections 39, 1D is null and void, delete. We cannot be deleting what is already deleted. It has been annulled by the courts. So that, Honorable Speaker, I'm saying there is no need there. Honorable Speaker, there is a provision which is barring, persons running as political party candidates from jumping to be independent. I have no problem with that provision, as in political parties, one, not to allow people to waste our time, then they jump. But, Honorable Speaker, is it implementable? It is already done. So in as much as we are thinking about it being a good law, but is it opportune to bother about it now? Because it can only apply in terms of the future elections. In terms of jumping, by the time we are done with this business, Honorable Speaker, and the Senate be done with it, pray we don't go into mediation committee, Honorable Speaker. People who want to jump, having wasted our time in political parties, would have jumped. So some of these issues, Honorable Speaker, may be good, but they can wait. I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, to avoid a situation where we cause anxiety or suspicion about legislative process at this critical election time. Honorable Speaker, saving a few who have read this bill, people are questioning what could Parliament be up to and why now? And so unless the mover is explaining with greater substance and solidity the legislative gap we are sealing in, it is not justifiable that we move the way we are moving. Honorable Speaker, then you are being told we should be dealing with the transfer of voters. And I'm saying even that, to me, Honorable Speaker, is a very good provision. And I would want to support it the way it is. But Honorable Speaker, look at it. The voter registration and transfer closed on 28th of last month. None of it is going to be done in relation to this election. So the question I'm asking is, what is the hurry with whether people want to transfer or not? I support the provision. And I'm one person who even said in the committee that I disagree with the committee on its proposed deletion. So that we have people registering where they know they should be. And if they are moving, there is good reason, and those good reasons are being prescribed. But the question is, voter registration process and voter transfer closed down under the calendar of IEBC on 28th. You can now not transfer, you can now not register in preparation for general election. The question is, why the hurry in bothering whether people want to transfer and the parameter? And that makes me think that though the provision is good, even that should wait. And so that, Honorable Speaker, I'm saying there are good provisions in the bill. There are many provisions which are bad. But there are other provisions we don't need to bother with as we approach and process this election. And so I'm supporting this bill, but I would be requesting that at the committee stage, the leader of majority looks at this bill being moved by him as our leader in the House and only tasks Parliament with matters which are critical to this election, deleting the others which are taking our time. Honorable Speaker, we are very busy now. We are very busy now. And so whenever we are here, we must engage the time of this assembly of the nation on only those things without which we cannot have a sound, firm process. Honorable Speaker, with those few comments, I support.
The Honorable Kaluma, I admire advocacy as the devil's advocate. You can argue from any side of your mouth on this. But I've enjoyed your submissions. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, there is a... the Honorable Manyora in interpreting the law, there is always a chance. There is always a chance when you are considering a law that you should consider the other side, the worst case scenario of that law. And that is what the Honorable Kaluma sometimes does. Leader of majority, you may now reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me start by thanking the members who have contributed to this bill. And I listened to the contributions, and broadly, there's concurrence on about all the issues, including the ones that members are not happy with. And those zero down to two, which is the provision on changing the submission of members' list from 120 days to 90 days, whose intention was to synchronize the party nominations with the independent nominations. So that what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and have some uniformity within the electoral system. But I hear the argument on the other side that political parties have now come to a point where they can have substantially reduced the trust deficit by their members, and hence it might not be the right thing to do until the political parties have demonstrated that they can be relied upon to do justice in the nomination process. So And this is exactly why that gap was created in the first place. And since that mischief is still there and has not been demonstrated why we should remove it, I'm persuaded that if members do feel that way, I'll be happy to support that amendment to that clause. And I think the other one that's also been brought about is on the issue of the registration of voters being dependent on you proving that you have a stake in a certain area. The proposal is to have 6 months, and TJ Kajwang did demonstrate with his residents in his constituency who are very mobile or potentially mobile, and may also have tenancies that may not be documented by the paperwork that will require legal standing. Hence, it will be very difficult to ask this person, can you prove to us that you've been a resident of Mathare in the last 6 months? I mean, so the practicability of that may be an issue. And perhaps because I wouldn't want to be the one tying or disenfranchising somebody from being registered as a voter and not exercising the Article 38 rights on account of they cannot demonstrate that they are resident or they own a house. So again, it's one of the clauses that I'm willing to look. And I want to agree with the observations of the committee that perhaps it's premature to bring that until perhaps we have a proper addressing system that you can now try to tackle that Amos Kemunya resides on number this of this area, and hence you can now prove that I've resided in this address for the last 6 months, so register me as a voter. In our mobile system, with the pastoralists moving places, it's probably too early for that. So on those two, I'm willing to concede. And I just want to put that for the record, that because that also has caused a lot of concern. But on about all the other matters, I think the law is good, and it's been born out of frustrations. Some of them are just cleaning up consequential amendments arising from us passing the Political Parties Act. And like I said, in moving, we shifted some responsibilities and some nomenclature to the register of political parties, and we need to make sure that we don't have confusion between who does nominations and who registers candidates. And some of that is just tidying up. And there's a whole raft of clauses that just are addressing that bit. The other bit, and I think the most important one, and I know the Honorable Karuma has mentioned this. Let me first of all say that for those who are asking, why is this bill coming this late? This bill is not coming this late. This bill is being processed in this House late. But it came to in touch with Parliament about 8 months ago as a legislative proposal. And members may recall that we even asked questions in this House. Why was the chairman of IEBC talking to the media and saying Parliament is delaying legislating on electoral laws? Now, I got concerned, as indeed the Speaker did get concerned, and we asked, where are these laws that have not come to Parliament and we are being told have been delayed? Only to realize later on that indeed the chairman of IEBC and his team were negotiating with the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee on a proposal, which only became law when I published it at heavy insistence in January. And there's a record of the raft of communication I had with the Attorney General way back in November asking, can I have this bill so that we can process it together with the Political Parties Act? And the two have been concurrent. So, Honorable Kaluma, Honorable Speaker, when you say he's playing the devil's advocate, now, unfortunately, he's going beyond that. Him having been part of the team that was actually delaying for those 8 months, and having been part of causing the delay, is now trying to get. I believe there's in law, it's what you call the ex-topi causa issue. Yeah, No, not Estopo. Ex-Tupicosa. It should apply to him. he can't claim relief that we should not be discussing this bill. Yet, him and the committee were part of delaying the bill from coming. And indeed, had we passed this bill in good time, we would have had the benefit of it applying into this nomination. But it's never too late. The good thing is that members will get some reprieve in terms of either way we are deleting the 90 days, so it doesn't matter. The other provisions relate to really the election day itself, and hence we are still in good time. And most importantly, it's also to know that we are not doing this bill for this year. We are doing it for posterity. And hence, we are never late when we're doing things for posterity. Even if we are doing this on the 8th of June 2022, on the last day of going home, we will still be within our right to legislate. Honorable Speaker, the other item I just wanted to mention, and I think I've taken legal advice on this. When the courts declare a certain section of the law as null and void, the courts cannot order Kenya law reform to delete those from the Acts of Parliament. It's only Parliament that's constitutionally mandated to do anything to do with law. So I want to disagree with Honorable Kaluma and others who may have had that orientation, because until Parliament pronounces itself on a law, no section of the law can be deleted, whether declared null and void in court or not. And hence, it's dead. It's what we call otious. It doesn't apply, but it still stays in our statute books. And the most unfortunate thing, and I've said this before, is somebody who downloads the Elections Act number 24 of 2011 from the Kenya Law Reforms website, which is the official website. What do they find? It still has a 1E, a 1G in article, in section 39. And they will believe that is the law of the land because nobody has cleaned it up. So part of this thing that we are removing in the ones that were declared null and void is actually to clean up the law for avoidance of any other person who should never be confused because of accessing the wrong law. And that is the work of this Parliament. So again, once we do that, then section 39, 1C, which is again the most contentious, the courts did pronounce themselves. And if we don't clean up this, then it doesn't matter who wins the presidential election. Whoever loses could well go back to court and say, there is this one form that has been found from Kipipiri, from a polling station in Kipipiri, from 34A, that does not seem to be in accordance with the others. And that nullifies the election, because as we were told then, it's not the quantum, it's the process. And Kenya being what it is, we've seen the BBI train being stopped through some arguments that have since been, torpedoed and reversed by the Supreme Court, right? So we don't have a situation where elections will be subjected to that, yet we have that opportunity to clean up the law for avoidance of doubt so that people know that when you go, you vote, you do everything, the presiding officer counts, there's a maximum of 700 voters per stream. That's the ones under the command of the presiding officer and those 700 votes are accounted for and submitted to the national, which is already required in the law anyway. The only problem is the prescribed form or the form of that submission for avoidance of doubt was not in the law. And that's how section 39(1)(ca) was nullified. So we cannot sit back and say it was nullified, so we remove it, because then we'll have a lacuna in the law that there's no way of transmitting those results. Yet they're expected, and there's cross-referencing in other sections asking for transmission of those results. But then the way of doing it, which is we are supposed to do as Parliament, has not been provided for. So for those who are wondering, first of all, it's not late. We are within our time to do this law. We are not doing it for this election, we're doing it for posterity. If it works, and I'm sure Senate will do their bit, and we get this law to work and help this election, it will only help to reduce the tensions around the elections for 2022 and to bring some clarity and to make sure that the elections are in accordance with our constitution, which calls for that transparency and all those principles that are very clearly captured in terms of what should the electoral system provide. And this bill is providing exactly that. I want to thank the committee led by the able Vice Chair, TJ Kajwang, and his Chair, Muturi Kigano, and also the input by Honorable Kaluma in that committee and very others for the time, and I believe Honorable Geshimo was there, the whole team, for the work they've done in getting this bill. But I'd ask that by the time we get to next week, we can now process this bill and the Election Act by the COIUC, the electoral campaign financing, so that we do them within one afternoon, one sitting, and then people can see the impact that one bill has on the other. And we will have done our bit as a National Assembly towards the reform of the electoral system in Kenya. With those words, I want to thank you, Honorable Speaker, and your team for the energy expended on this bill, and I beg to reply.
Thank you, Leader of Majority. Well spoken. And for good reason, I will direct that the next necessary steps in regard to that business to be undertaken when it will be set down in the order paper again. I direct that we move on to the next business on the order paper.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, we are now in committee of the whole House, to consider the coffee bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2020. The Honorable Mutunga, I understand you are standing in for the chair?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I mean, Honorable Chair, yes.
Thank you.
Clause 3.
I propose that clause 3 be part of the bill. There is an amendment by the chair, the Honorable Mutunga.
Yes, Chair, the committee proposes that clause 3 be amended as per the order paper. The reason being that the proposed amendment seeks to provide for additional objects of the bill, and this arose from the stakeholders' submission, and it enriches the provisions of the bill.
Are you done? Are you done in moving, the Honorable Mutunga?
Hello? Yes.
All right. I then propose the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the chair. The Honorable Geshimo?
Chair, I do support the amendments by the committee, because actually it ends the issue of the regulatory framework for the registration, licensing, issuance of permits, which have not been captured in the objects under the bill. So I support.
And now put the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a current opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the global question that clause 3 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 4 and 5.
I propose the question that clauses 4 and 5 be part of the bill. There are no amendments to this. I therefore now put the question that clauses 4 and 5 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Chair.
Clause 6 be amended as per the under paper. The reason being that the proposed amendment seeks to provide for additional powers of the Coffee Board of Kenya. The powers will further enhance the functions of the board.
I propose the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the chair. I see no desire to debate. I therefore now put the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 6 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill.
Honourable Chair. Clause 7. The committee had several amendments, and we proposed that clause 7 A from 1 to 5 to 5, and part B and part 3, section 3, I mean subsection 3, be amended as per the under paper. Honourable Chair, the reason is that clause 7 of the bill provides for the composition of the Coffee Board of Kenya. The amendment provides for an additional member, the Principal Secretary for the time being, responsible for cooperatives or the Commissioner of Cooperatives. In order to achieve that, paragraph D has been amended by reducing the number from 2 persons to 1 person. The composition has also been rationalized to provide for representation of small-scale, medium-scale, and large-scale coffee growers, which ensures adequate coffee farmers' representation. Further, the amendment provides for a co-option of the professional experts to benefit the board. Finally, appointments should take into account gender, regional, and diversities of the people of Kenya. Chair, I submit.
Honorable members, I need to just give some direction. The Honorable Geshimo, you also have proposals to this particular clause. Yes. And the direction is that in the event the proposals by the chair are carried, then the ones by the Honorable Geshimo will have been taken care of in partly part A of your proposal will have been taken care of if the one by the chair is carried, so that the only one that will be remaining for you then to prosecute would be B to that clause. So if the one by the chair is carried, then you will only be able to prosecute part B of your proposal. Are we together, Honorable Geshimo?
Yes, Chair, and the amendments under clause 7 by the committee seeks to add and subtract.
Yes.
And mine also seeks to add and also subtract.
Yes, that is why we are saying, so that if the ones by the chair are carried, then you will only be left with part B, which you will now be able to prosecute. But if the one by the chair is not carried, then you will be able to move yours in full.
Yes, Chair, I think I had consulted the chair on this matter, and I thought my amendments were more inclusive, because we are also seeking to add a permanent secretary in charge of the Treasury, because under the bill, we are also creating a coffee fund. And this had already been omitted in the original bill. And the committee also might also have overstepped or overlooked that the Treasury was not included, yet there are issues of money in the bill. Secondly, we are also seeking representation. The small-scale coffee farmers in Kenya are the majority. So in the representation, because the government is almost taking half of the board,
yes,
we are seeking that small-scale farmers have also some say in the representation of the board. And
so, the Honorable Kishimo, I get you. And you have a special way, because now you are sitting next to the chair, and you say that you have consulted. I would like to just give direction that if you have consulted and the chair is agreeable with you, then he would allow your amendment to take precedence over his, so that if yours then is carried, then the ones by the chair would fall by the way. The chair has to go on record on this. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. The Honorable Kishimo brings in two amendments on the same clause, which we consider to be extra. One of them is bringing in the PS Treasury, because we are creating a fund. And then the other one is qualifying the representatives of the smallholder farmers from being members of the largest association to members of a union, of a cooperative union. Chair, we have no problem with the issue of cooperative union, because according to the arrangement of the coffee sector, we have members joining a coffee society, and then the coffee society forms a coffee cooperative, and the cooperatives aggregate into a union. So representation at the union level, Chair, makes a lot of sense. On the other hand, the issue of increasing the number of board members, the number of board of directors of the Coffee Board of Kenya. Already we have 10, including the chairman, who is appointed by the president. So there are 10. We already outside Mwongozo, the provisions of the Mwongozo. Chair, like probably this House, can take a decision to allow for 11 members, and the 12th one being the ex-official member, who is the CEO, so that you can bring in the representation of Treasury. Thank you, Chair.
Just hold on. Let me consult a little bit. The Honorable Kishimo and the Chair, these are your proposals. So if the Chair is withdrawing his amendment, then he should do so that Kishimo, the Honorable Kishimo, should be able to move. But if we proceed with the one for the Chair and it is carried, then the ones by the Honorable Kishimo will fall as I directed earlier, and he'll only be able to prosecute Part B thereof. So it is actually a decision that you can make there. If the Chair is desirous to proceed with his, so that I can now propose the question.
Honorable Chair, I consider Honorable Kishimo's amendments a little bit more comprehensive than the committee amendments.
Very well. So you drop yours. The Honorable Kishimo then. So the proposals by the chair stands dropped. Then the Honorable Kishimo proceed.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the amendments, as per the under paper, under clause 7, subsection 1, be considered and adopted by this House, and with further amendments. And the justification of the amendments, Mr. Chair, is that in the original bill, it had excluded the PS or permanent secretary responsible for the National Treasury, which is a very, very important PS in this matter, because we are also creating a coffee stabilization fund under the bill. Then the amendments by the committee on the issue of the cooperatives had not indicated a representative also nominated by the principal secretary, because the principal secretary might not always be available to attend board meetings, which is also captioned, and that is why Honorable Mutunga is saying mine are more elaborate. And also the amendments also seeks to capture a wider representation of the small-scale farmers through their unions, so that they can also have a say, being the majority of the farmers of the coffee in this country. I beg to move the amendments.
I propose the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Kishimo. I now put the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Kishimo. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a current opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 7 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a current opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Clause 8. I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. The Honorable Kishimo, you have a proposal to amend this? The Honorable Kishimo is the one with the proposal on clause 8.
Yeah, clause 7, I don't know whether we are done with clause 7.
Yeah, clause 7, we are done with it.
Clause 7, there is a subsection 4.
There is.
Which may need to be. Oh, clause 8. That's
It's 8.
Oh, clause 8. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, clause 8, I beg to move the amendments as per the under paper. And it just seeks to, the justification is that this is a board, the coffee board will be representing farmers who are even small-scale farmers, and it is not just like an ordinary board. And we have seen very, very many small-scale farmers in the rural areas. They are very good in matters coffee, but they may not have degrees. So in this particular case, I'm seeking to bring an amendment to exempt those farmers from being represented by people with degrees from the local levels. And that is why I'm putting an amendment that under 8, clause 8A, that in case of a person appointed under section 7, 1A, E and F, that is the small-scale farmers, to have, 7, 1A, E and F can have a degree. That is the chairman, and the person representing the institute and the large scale farmers or plantations. But in B, in case of a person appointed under 1D, G, and H, those ones can have a KCSE certificate or an equivalent, so that at least these farmers, even if they are not very educated, they can also have representation in the board. And looking at the structure, we have 4 representatives from the government, 4 PSs, and the chairman ought to have a degree, and 2 other people. So any guidance in terms of probably complicated matters can still be given to these people who might not have degrees, but they are also representing the small-scale coffee farmers. That is the justification, Chair.
I then propose the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Gishimu. Very well. I then put the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Gishimu. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a current opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 8 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a current opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. There are 2 amendments, proposals, by the chair and also by the Honorable Gishimu, and if you could agree, because the clause 7 has a carryover effect to this clause 9. But, Chair, you have the right to go first.
Thank you, Chair. Clause 9, Chair, I submit that clause 9 could be amended, could be adopted as, with amendments, further amendments, in the sense that 9.1, we omitted the H provision within the board of government, the board of directors. And I understand that Honorable Gishimu had already made that provision. So, Honorable Chair, maybe the committee would withdraw our amendment, and then we carry the Honorable Gishimu's amendment, which includes the H, the provision of H. Yeah.
Makes sense. The Honorable, so Chair, it is on record that you have withdrawn the proposal by the committee, and the Honorable Gishimu will now proceed to prosecute his. Proceed, the Honorable Gishimu.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I beg to move clause 9 be amended as per the under paper, and the justification is that there was an omission by the committee and the original bill that H had not been regarded, and yet under clause 7, where we have the membership of the board, H is included. So it had been omitted, and that is the only correction that is being sought to be done under the amendments. And also, under subclause 2, to give clarity as to when the appointments will be done, even if they will be spaced, to avoid a situation whereby we have no board, to give clarity that it can only be done when there is a vacancy in the board, because the proposal by the committee, which I agree with, talks about that it can only be done within intervals of 6 months, but that has to come when there is a vacancy. It is not perpetually available for appointments, and that is the clarity that we are seeking to bring under subclause 2.
Very well.
I beg to move, Chair.
I propose the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Gishimu. I see interest from the Honorable Wanyonyi, member for Westlands.
Chair, I support the amendment.
Very well.
Thank you.
I now put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Gishimu. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 9, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. There's no amendment to this. I now put the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill. There's a proposal by the chair.
Honourable Chair, clause 11. The proposal that clause 11 be amended as per the under paper. The reason being that paragraph C is a repetition of paragraph B, therefore the need for deletion.
I now propose the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 11 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24.
I propose the question that clauses 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24 be part of the bill. There are no amendments to this. I therefore now put the question that clauses 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
I propose the question that clause 25 be part of the bill. There's a proposal to this by the chair to delete.
Chair, we propose at the committee level that clause 25 be deleted. The reason being that the proposed amendment to clause 26, 25 and proposed new clauses 26A, 26B, 26C, and 26D have clearly delineated the functions of the county government and the board on issuance of licenses and permits and registrations. Clause 25 is proposed to be deleted and consolidated in the proposed new clauses for logical flow.
Raila then proposed the question that clause 25 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
I propose the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. Chair, you have a proposal to this?
Yeah, Honourable Chair, we have a proposed amendment to this clause that it be amended as per the under paper. The reason being that the proposed amendment seeks to clearly delineate the role of the board in issuance of different licenses. The existing clause 26 has been rearranged in the subsequent proposed amendments for logical flow.
I propose the question that clause 26 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 26 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question. I now put the question that clause 26 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33.
I propose the question that clauses 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33 be part of the bill. There are no amendments to this. I therefore now put the question that clauses 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
I propose the question that clause 34 be part of the bill. Chair.
We have proposed, the committee has proposed that the clause 34 be amended as per the under paper. The reason being that the proposed amendment corrects a typographical error.
I now propose the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay?
The ayes have it. And now put the question that clause 34 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of our opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 35.
I propose the question that clause 35 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honourable Chair, I propose that clause 35 be amended as per the under paper. The reason being that the proposed amendment seeks to provide for the circumstances under which a license or permit may be altered, suspended, or revoked. It further seeks to separate the aspect of surrender of licenses or permit to be provided for in the proposed new clause 35A.
I propose the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed by the chair. And now put the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of our opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And now put the question that clause 35 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of our opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
I propose the question that clause 36 be part of the bill. There is no amendment to this. I therefore now put the question that clause 36 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 37.
I propose the question that clause 37 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honourable Chair, we propose that clause 37 be amended as per the under paper. The reason being that the proposed amendment seeks to enrich provision by providing for the circumstances under which a person may appeal to the High Court.
I propose the question that clause 37 be amended as proposed by the chair. The Honourable Gishimo, you have something to say to this?
Yes. Chair, I do support the amendment by the committee because under the original provision under the bill, it was not clear in the manner in which the person aggrieved ought to appeal. But now, bringing the issue of the High Court, the initial one was just talking about judicial review, but this amendment now gives clarity, and I support.
The Honourable Wanyonyi, member for Westlands.
Chair, I support, and I think that amendment also brings in, to make sure that there's no ambiguity, and that creates Mr. Chair, gives the law that necessary protectability of the law, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yes, it gives jurisdiction clearly. Well spoken. Honourable members, I now then put the question that clause 37 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of our opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I therefore now put the question that clause 37 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of our opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 38.
I propose the question that clause 38 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honourable Chair, I propose that the clause 38 was necessary since there was an overlap between the provisions of the clause at clause 70 of the bill, providing comprehensively for the functions of was transferred to clause 70 and is captured in the amendments to clause 70.
I propose the question that clause 38 be amended as proposed by the chair. Be deleted as proposed by the chair. And now put the question that clause 38 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of our opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, and 44.
I propose the question that clauses 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, and 44 be part of the bill. There are no proposals to amend this. I therefore now put the question that clauses 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, and 44 be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yes, Chair?
which has 42A.
Yes, we will deal with it when we are dealing with the new clauses. Yeah, don't, it will come later.
Clause 45.
I propose the question that clause 45 be part of the bill. Chair? Chair, you have a proposal to 45?
Yeah. Honorable Chair, the committee proposes that the clause 45 be amended as per the under paper. The proposal to delete of references to direct settlement system provider arose from stakeholder engagement that the committee had, and the representations were opposed to the system.
I propose the question that clause 45 be amended as proposed by the chair. The Honorable Kishimo?
Yeah, it's true, Chair. I was involved in the public participation, the coffee farmers in my constituency, Gishugu. And actually this was a thorn to them. And they didn't know how to trace their money should the direct settlement systems fail. And they have a very good and elaborate corporate system and leadership, whereby if there are issues, they can be able to follow. And the other issue would have been that this system would also have taken part of their money, because they had to be managed anyway, and probably a secretariat would have been formed to manage this. So it would have added more costs to the farmers. And they are happy with the system that they are currently in, and I recommend. I support the committee amendments, and my people would be happy if the DSS system has been removed from the act or the bill. Thank you, Chair. I needed to clarify that.
I now propose the question that clause 45 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And now put the question that clause 45 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yes, Leader of Majority.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do a report to the House its consideration of the coffee bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2020, up to clause 45, and its approval thereof with amendments, and seek leave to sit again.
Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the coffee bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2020, up to clause 45, and its approval thereof with amendments, and seek leave to sit again. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report the Committee of the Whole House has considered the coffee bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2020, up to clause 45, and approved the same with amendments, and seeks leave to sit again.
Chair, the Honorable.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to request the House to approve the amendments made up to clause 46 until the next time we meet.
The Honorable Member for Tigana, just look at where it says to move agreement with the report. Yeah, just assisting.
Yes, I can see.
Mover of the bill.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the same report. I also request Honourable Gishimo to second the motion for agreement and with the report, with the report of the committee of the whole House.
Honourable Gishimo.
Honourable Speaker, I second.
Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honourable members, I will not take the next step. I direct that they will be taken when the matter will be set down again on the order paper. Honourable members, I must thank you for staying the course today. I think we've done quite a bit of good work today. Thank you. Honourable members, the time being 7:01 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, April the 6th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.